Here we are. Yet again. Day 12. As far as I know, unless I just haven't heard, I don't think the Bren session has had any new developments. I feel like we're basically in the same situation as we were last night. But maybe there is something that I have missed. But we'll discover. Hello Soppa, NASCAR, Zagi, Ray, Voltus, Clips, well guessed, Clips, you should have the badge, Twist, Fleegzug, Mike, Batu, Tutu, tied his PB just a short while ago. Okay, good to know, UKR, Mika Hop, Impala. Yeah. So, Twist, if the bot is scamming you, ask Brett maybe later to reset the thing. I don't know why it happens sometimes. Hello Kettle as well. Alright then. A game? Oh, thank you. Well, let's just go in. Day 12, almost 2 weeks now. Our players still playing, but I think we'll start seeing more and more players start taking days off and such. But, well, for now, we have gamers on the server. Bren is here, Hazard is here, both on floor 8. Tally is here. Shmaniel also on server. I really hope Shmaniel gets some good runs going because we haven't seen any. But Shmaniel almost at the 1,000 meters height. Top 10 player right now. So I'm really hoping that we can actually get to see some Shmaniel runs as well. But we'll focus on these 2 runs now from Bren and Hazard. The rare occasion that Bren is live when I'm joining. Hey, come on, NASCAR. Only caught the end of his session. I think he said he would play more off stream today and that he didn't reach any PB. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I figured I would have probably heard if there was some huge run going on, but seems like we continue from this situation. Elkon and Bren tied with the Walter Guard. Virtual presumably also hasn't PB'd today yet, but that could be something that I just haven't heard about. I feel like I'm in windowed borderless, and I'm correct. Situation has been fixed. High anomaly. Massive ball of burning plasma in the sky. Oh. Maybe even in Finland too, because we're approaching the midsummer. Not so dark anymore. Hello, Goated Gal. Mutefly, Hege. Oh, Hazard. We'll get the recovery. Hello, Red. You can maybe reset Twist's quote guessing cooldown if you want, Red. I think it was a bit of a scam. Smexy. Martif Kendo. Bun. Everybody else. Oh, that's how it's gonna be, Red? Alright. Well, you do you. Okay, well. Good runs going on. I feel like every time we join the server, there's always someone on a good run. This time, 2 people. Hazard. Getting back up as well. Hello, Hiffa. Ren. Good progress here. Ren has 200 FPS. Nice. I have maybe 50, but that's spectating. Spectating in a nutshell. Also, I'm not using Tweaker or anything. Demo grinding offline? I do not know. A good 20 people on the server, and a lot of promising players. Still playing on the server. Bren, making it look so easy, almost on floor 10 now. Super consistent. Over 20 degrees Celsius. Oh god. I did say hi to you, Bun, but thank you for the 20 months. Appreciate having you here. Bren, landing. It's great. Hello, miss. Bye, miss. Very good to see you. Okay. Well, Bren is on floor 10. Let's see if there's a run happening. Maybe one of these. Hazard will redo the floor 9 final sections there, but those are very redoable. So let's see. Halabafu as well. Okay, well, Bren has been overall, like, I haven't seen Bren's sessions too much. I've watched a little bit of VODs just to be a little bit informed, but I think Bren, like, generally incredibly consistent. The 360 is a little bit shakier than if we look at Elcon, for example. Like, it seems to be consistent. But at the same time, it kind of looks like the distance is always kind of like, you know, so and so. So let's see now. A lot of time on floor 11 today, though. That is very promising. Maybe we're witnessing something new here. Tried the wildcard jump again, but failed in a different way. Okay. Yeah. I heard that the wildcard was equal. Hazard also on floor 10, by the way. Looking to clear it for the first time, I believe. Has made it past the ice spin, but failed right after. Well, let's see. Bren, going in. Oh, that's very good. Yeah, okay. That is very solid. I feel like Bren has probably improved this a lot now. Because when I was watching like a couple days ago, even, it was always like very much on the edge. Unlike Elcon, who's jumping like halfway through the platform. But that was very good. So Bren, probably picking up these newer strategies very nicely. Let's see now. Half pipes. Done the 360 over 40 times now. That's kind of incredible. Dude Red, I don't know. I thought you know. Ask Uhu. Bren to the half pipes. And the line is perfect. Will be dead center. Should have another attempt on floor 11. And here we go. No stopping. Keeps it going. Turning around with the drift. Oh, it always looks so scary. I know they know what they're doing. And you can't like drift out of that because the wheel is stuck, but the pace is quite something. 50... Not what? I don't know how numbers work. 26 minutes on the timer and going in. Yeah, Hazard falling down on the side there. So Bren, one hope here. Oh, but the line is a little bit off. Clip the landing maybe. Barely missing the 360 landing, and Bren goes down as well. Oh, that's a big fall. It's gonna miss everything. Maybe floor 6? No. Floor 3, well, floor 3. Same as Hazard, but Bren says like, all right, I'm gonna go down all the way. Let's get that big number, 1,224 meters fallen. Floor 10 prac map release when, says Hazard. Really struggling with those ice parts there, it seems. Has made it past the ice spin one time, from what I've seen. But one time past it maybe doesn't give you the muscle memory just yet. Mud up. Working towards another floor 8 attempt. Bren restarted, yeah. Still on the grind though, from what I can see. Yep. Starting a new run. Done it twice. Oh, really? So, earlier today as well? Mara, is there grip? No, the car falls out of the water. And this is a pretty tough one as well. Well, we join the server into a series of big falls, Mara, all the way down as well. But the night is young, as they say. So I can really quickly show what Bren is trying to do next. So made it to floor 11. Failed this one. I think it clipped the landing just barely. Or maybe the line was just not there. Some small drift there. Either way, not enough speed to get into the pool. Then you need to go through here. Through this jump. Then here. And then the plastic wall here. Into the pool. And then the quarter pipe jumps. And then jumping here. This is the next part. So you need to land over here. Elkon has tried it, Bren has tried it again today apparently as well, but neither of them have made it. Then there's a few more things, and floor 12 presumably starts over there. So that's where we're trying to get, but we are still missing a couple jumps to do it. But good progress from Bren. Those runs are looking very promising now. Hello, Zeke. Hello, Noxy. Agrabu, what is with the question marks? Hazard. A bit of a rough position. Someone asked about the mappers before. Here they are. This is the list. A very, very solid group of builders. Right now we're on Site Lord's floor over there. Well, actually it's this one, isn't it? And then Whiskey floor is gonna be one after. Then we go to Plexity, Piru, Kubas, and finally Jumper. That is floor 16. We shall see. We shall see how this whole thing goes. It's a long journey, but we'll be here for it. When 24-minute floor 11 is very fast as well, yeah. I don't know if there's been too many improvements. Apparently Hazard has made it past the 360 twice now. I don't know how much further Hazard was able to get. Got there like 30 minutes ago. Interesting, okay. Hi Costanix. Whiskey. Anyone gonna get 12 again? Look. We've been here for 18 minutes now. Hazard was on floor 10. Bren was on floor 11. I feel like it's a pretty promising start to the session. Of course, Bren is gonna probably call it a day sometime soon, most likely, but Hazard probably will continue. And Elkon is yet to join, Lars is probably yet to join, Virtual probably yet to join. Let's hope. Hello Sunday. Young Modulus. Uhu. Did you notice, Uhu, that you mistyped the comment? You mistyped guest quote. Oh, made a joke. Okay, alright, okay. Okay. Yeah, alright. I'm trying to keep up. Well, here we are then. Usual situation that we face sometimes. Everyone's kind of below. Floor 4. I'm really curious to see Shmanil's progress, because Shmanil we haven't seen on this stream at all. Shmanil has been playing a bunch in solo, and has been playing a little bit on the server in, I think, the first week. Started a couple days later than others, I believe. Okay. Apparently, this is the Shmanil gameplay. Bit of a new way of Trackmania. Well, anyway, it's probably on the spectator end. Well, I don't know. Not really sure which end this is. Oh, well, maybe just the, you know, small hiccup on the connection. Okay, well, but yeah, you notice Shmanil's personal best almost at the 1,000 meters. That is on floor 9 as well. So it's looking promising. I don't know what this connection thing is though. If it's gonna be like this the whole session, then that's a bit rough. But every other player seems to be working okay so far. A lot of players are still trying to get to like floor 8, like Juliano here. Mada has made it to floor 8, but failed the beam landing there the last I saw. In the very beginning. Thinking about spending my life force into completing Final Enigma as a joke, since I got no life. One lifetime is not enough, unfortunately. Unfortunately, that is just the case. Did you apply to make a floor for the tower, or is this not your style? I kind of had other projects running on at the same time when the map request or the mapping competition was going on. Maybe next time I could try to build something. It is definitely not my usual style though. It is something that I rarely build. It's kind of trick RPG trial style, but could be an interesting experiment. I think you mentioned the map will be completed at the end of the week. I think I last mentioned that it will not be completed this week. That's probably my guess right now. I think at the moment, like, I could see it being completed next week. But considering the progress in the last, like, 4 days, I feel like even that seems pretty optimistic. It really depends on how these later floors are figured out. Can you please show floor 16? We can take a sort of overall look at the later floors in just a moment. But I'm not gonna look into it in detail. We're gonna discover the tricks with players. Lucian, thanks so much for the prime sub. Very much appreciated. Okay, I think I caught up. Has the Steep Deep any special blocks or effects? Not really. Like, no engine off so far, no like fragile, no steer or stuff like this. Maybe there's something in the later floors? How long have you been on 11 now? I think 4 days? 3 days, maybe? I'm not 100%. No, yeah, of course. I think the one problem with floor 11, though, what we need to remember, is that even though it's taken long, a lot of it has been because the tricks are difficult to figure out. Like the plastic half-pipe thing took a long time to find the strat for, right? That was like 2 days of just trying to understand what to do, and they're still trying to understand like how to do it consistently, right? So I feel like we need to take into account the pathfinding challenge as well, which, if the tricks are properly figured out, like they have been for this floor, for example, then that will speed up the process a lot again. No easy recoveries from floor 11, yeah. It's a very punishing floor. It could also be that some of the higher floors will have more recovery spots. So if you manage to get through like floor 11 and maybe 12, then maybe you can save yourself on like floor 12 or something. That's also possible. So there's like a lot that can, you know, affect this as well. Because we kind of see that on floor 9, right? Floor 9, very recoverable, not only because the tricks themselves can be retried there within that floor, but because floor 8 has a lot of recovery points. If you fall down from floor 9, you can usually land into a pool on floor 8 and just try again, right? So that could be the case for later floors as well. But yeah, right now, this is the whole tower. That's it. That's the whole thing. Right now, we've gone all the way from the bottom I can't press page up, which is annoying, but okay. I'll just do it like this. We go all the way to this floor. This is floor 11 here. And then floor 12 starts here. Seems to be very road-based. Some quarter pipes we shall see. That is by Whiskey. Then we have the crystal floor, which is going to be very interesting. I don't want to look into it too much. We'll see how the players discover it. And then we have the Vero floor, which I'm scared of. Could be very tank. Kuba's floor, and finally Jumper floor, and then here is the Crown. So that is what we're dealing with. We're not gonna look too deep into them to keep them a little bit of a surprise when we get there, but we shall see. How much have you cooked your floor, Whiskey? On a scale from a lot to way too much. Nice medium rare, okay. You can open your eyes, yes. Not like we learned anything from those floors. Bren on good pace. Keeps the range going. Is there a way for them to grind the jump that's causing an issue? No. You have to commit to it, and the problem is that a lot of the time, if you miss it, it's all the way down. There's nothing even like below. You probably fall all the way down. Hello, Nico. Oh, Bren. Jumping a bit too far. This is gonna be floor 3 again. Virtual said one mapper took 60 hours just to verify their floor. This is absolutely not true. We have confirmed with the mapper as if we needed to. This is not the case. No welder cards today, but Bren has tried one. Was able to get to the welder guard jump again, but not clear it. So I suppose like an equal welder guard technically from Bren, but Bren already had it. Floor 16 is expected to be the hardest floor, but we shall see. Checking with Shmoney a little bit. Again, maybe the connection is a bit better now. Oh, I don't know. That's a bit rough to spectate, honestly. Probably fine for the player, but something about the connection there. Also did also jump off the server now, but maybe coming back. Usually Hazard has been playing for the evening. Of course, like, players might be taking some days off and such. What's not the case with the mapper? Floor 16 did not take 66 hours to validate. Like, nowhere close. I don't know where that started. Not true. I don't have any clip of the today's Bren attempts. Hello, David. So it could be that the mapper meant that it was the building time of the floor, which could be true. decoration, everything else. Oh, awesome, Chris. Guess we could take a quick look at these jumps. Also as the Bren jump that we haven't seen. So this should have all of them. About 1 minute. So this is the well, okay, we can watch this one as well. We can watch this one as we were just talking about it. So this is the plastic half pipe that the players need to clear before they get to this new section. So bouncing upside down on this plastic, it is very... It seems very kind of luck-based at the moment. Maybe there's a better strat. Like, it doesn't seem like it's entirely like luck, but I feel like it feels that it's not entirely consistent with the strategy that they're trying to do, even if you hit the correct lines and everything. But maybe they'll figure something new out. Here, we then have the water guard jump. So, this is the furthest anyone has been. Elcon trying to get on top. Not landing. So, Bren also tried this. Landed maybe a little bit too far. Went a little bit too close to the wall. It could have been enough speed, but yeah, the line looks really tricky. And this is the new one. This is the new one that Bren got earlier. Janix's stream, it seems. So, tried to land it, but this is the turtle we were talking about. We were talking about this turtle before. Like, what do you do if it turtles? Because the quarter pipe up, it turns the car upside down for the landing. So you will like almost certainly land upside down, right? Because here, this curves upwards, which means that the car will be upside down, right? So what do you even do to land this? And then the problem is there's absolutely nothing to unturtle on. That seems to be like the main issue right now. Like, even if you manage to clear that jump, like, then what? Because if we look at the beam again, from here, usually, we've seen a lot of players, you know, on floor 9, for example, we saw like Elcon and Bren has done it as well, unturtle on this barrier, right? They went all the way here, like turtle on this landing, and then went here, timed the wheels to hit this just right, and then you flip back up. But here, there is no barrier, right? The only thing you could potentially use is this water pipe, but this looks weird. It could be what Captain is saying, or I don't know if you mean that, but it could be that you have to kind of like jump from here and hit the back wheels of the car onto this wall so that the car flips upright again. So you're not even supposed to like jump all the way up on this, but you're supposed to leave the quarter pipe a little bit earlier so that the car hits this wall and then flips upright. But that seems really difficult to time. We'll see. That might be the strat, but there's like 3 sections after that on floor 11. Is this the only possible path on floor 11? Who knows? I guess they've been pretty careful with cuts. Maybe even a wall ride. Ooh, massa. Oh, that's a dead turtle. Immediately. It is for sure the intended path, but just like simply jumping up might not be the intended strat. It could be that you need to kind of like hit the landing somehow. Back wheels onto the wall before you land. Yeah, Bren called it a day. I'm sure that that Bren has already been thinking about all these options and maybe has some better idea of how not to turtle. It could also be like an upside down landing in a specific way that kind of flips the car upright. Elcon has been doing such a strat on floor 8. Simo taking a day off. Probably a good idea. Simo has been playing so much every single day. So the back wheel strat probably possible, but it sounds so difficult. I guess it would kind of make sense because it doesn't seem like the speed check itself is the hard part. The other challenge there is that it's really hard to like redo, and it's really hard to save yourself. So the players can play the officially released practice floors, which currently there are 5. So from floor 0 to floor 5. And we could actually check. We haven't checked these in a real in a little while, so we could check how the world record looks. Wosile has it here. Wosile actually was playing this map kind of actively. I don't know, Wosile maybe focusing on the formula stuff over the weekend. That would kind of make sense, but I don't know. Maybe Wosile not feeling the grind at the end. Hello, Ion. So these maps you can practice. Small bug slide. It's pretty fast. I feel like the backflip strat might still be faster because Elcon has been chaining the water there without crashing the wall. It's supposed hard to say. 180 strategy. We kind of see Elcon do like almost all these strats already, honestly, on full runs. Wild. Bug slide, probably a double bug slide here. Yeah. Oof. That looks like a harder landing than on the full map, honestly. Where are we at in terms of world record? Elcon and Bren still tied 2/3 through floor 11. Elcon, honestly, I think is faster on like a normal run. But you see, you know, people have been practicing, like Lars here, Granadi here. They've been practicing, so this is kind of interesting. I think, you know, some of these players that are, you know, like Lars is trying to get to floor 11 right now, at the very last part of floor 10, still finds it useful to practice this floor 4, which, you know, is like a fairly difficult floor to get like 100% consistently for these top players as well. But it's interesting to see that we have some of these players that are making, you know, those big runs. They'll play these early segments at floors 2. Chaining all the jumps. Pretty good. Wall grinding. Hello, Grand Reflex. Waterguard not improved today yet. Must have turtled. I can type literally anything because it's a whitelist system. And you can't type even the correct password if you're not whitelisted. Will still not let you in. Elko not on the server right now, no. If Virtual can get some runs going. Well, there kind of has to be a correct password, right? So the reason why there is a password is because when you have people try to join the server, it causes lag because those players' informations are still like stored. So when someone tries to connect but is immediately kicked, their information is still stored on the list here. So we have all these players who have, like, these are whitelisted players, who have been on the server. These cause lag still, a little bit. And you know, if there's like hundreds of people in the information storage, then that causes like a lot of FPS loss, because Trackmania is a really good game. So that's why there's a password to limit the amount of people connecting. Yeah, no, it doesn't work. Oh, because the password is like one thing, and then you also need to be whitelisted. And if you're whitelisted, whatever you type to the password doesn't matter. You will still get in. It's a weird system, and it seems strange, but just Trackmania server things. It is a clever way to optimize it a little bit. Haven't seen any engine of blocks so far, no. No effect blocks at all. I don't think it would be like a bad idea to have some, you know, no steer section or something. But I suppose they wanted to make it so that if you fail something and fall down, then you will be always able to some extent, continue. Maybe that's the idea. According to Maji, the members were told not to use any effect blocks that need a reset block to undo. Yeah, okay, so any effect block. Oh, slow-mo, sure. Slow-mo, actually. That is the one you can use. no reactors allowed for different reasons. Yeah, they could just place a checkpoint, no worries. Reactors essentially, well, the short answer is that it's a block that allows the car to fly. Basically something that affects, either like pushes the car downwards or upwards, depending on which direction you take it in. And if the car, for example, is like going, if the car is upside down and you push it downwards, then it means that the car will like fly up into the air. It's a very strange block. There are some people who are really good at that. But yeah, the flight reason is why we don't have them on this map, because you would be able to potentially shortcut a lot of the map. How's your floor 60 project, Camilla? Yeah, still working on it. Are there actually khaki maps with reactors? Oops, yes. Many. The crystal floor is by Plaxity. Belly onto the plastic part now on floor 7. Tricky one. Tally's personal best is on floor 8. I think very much in the beginning. Khaki maps are essentially, yeah, there are very specific maps. There's 3 competitions this year. 2 in this game and 1 in the older game, Trackmania Nations Forever. They're usually pretty short maps. Something like, 20 to 30 seconds long, but usually include like glitches and weird tricks and some very difficult or luck-based elements. And the player's goal is to finish as many maps as possible during the season, which usually there are 75 maps in a season. There's actually a TMNF khaki starting in just about 2 weeks, 1st of June. Not sure about Tally's playtime. Ooh, Pete, well, works fine. Yeah, the game is deterministic as long as you do frame perfect inputs through every single second. Oh, United Kaki as well, but it's not organized by the same people, right? From what I understand. Or I don't know, maybe it's kind of a collaboration. Your khaki map was incredible, bum. Tally up to floor 8. Nice. Remixed is official, yes. It is done by the khaki crew. Like, it's on the official khaki Discord as well. How does a Finnish accent even... How is a Finnish accent even supposed to sound? It is supposed to sound like this. You basically put the least amount of effort into pronouncing every single word. Not Red Bull. The Noko. Yeah, like basically any like Finnish motorsport person will give you a perfect idea of what it is. We call it Rally English for a reason. What got you into casting in this event? Well, it was the fact that I knew I would be extremely skill-checked on this map. I figured I would be useful in some other way. Let's see, tally, beam landing, a little far, so close. Oh, that hurts. Very, very good try though. But not quite getting it done. Well, still waiting for those EB runs to get started then. I mean, tally, pretty close. I think the beam landing might be a personal best now. How long did it take you to validate your first Kaki map? So actually my first Kaki map was on the first season of Kaki. It's terrible and should be forgotten about, because that was before I understood how to play Trackmania. So let's not talk about that. The Magnet Kaki map, which is the one you mean, that was 64 hours, I think. It definitely wasn't that difficult. But I was bad at the game. Like, my newest map was, not the 66 hours. It was very close though. But, so, yeah, my latest map last season, that one took me only 14 hours, and it's like 3 times harder than the Magnet map. That map was awful, I know. It was broken by a glitch. Like, not by a glitch, but by a patch. Like, the glitch didn't work anymore. The very first season Kaki map. And the Kaki organizers contacted me like, alright, this is broken, do you want to make like a functional version of this? Or wait, it wasn't a broken version actually, it was that there was a cheese way, which the cheese way made the map way better. And then, because the Kaki organizers wanted to make like intentional versions of all maps that were cheesed, they contacted me like, hey, here's the thing, this map of yours that you made on the first season, this one is cheesed, there's a kind of like a shortcut. And we're making these non-shortcut versions of all of these, so do you want to make a version of it? I was like, I would rather just forget about this map, honestly. But sure, I'll do it if I really have to. I did do it by placing like 3 walls on the map, and then that was it. I can't, Ion. I don't want to show it. It's so bad, dude. Okay, fine. Alright, I'll really quickly, now that no one's gonna EB yet, I'll show my first season map, and then I'll show my latest map, okay? And you can at least appreciate the progression there, okay? What is it? I think it's here. 58. Look at this. Look at this map. This is what you built when you don't know how Trackmania works. But this is cheesed. I don't even have the right strategy. The real strategy on this was that you would squeeze between these walls and then it would glitch you up sometimes onto the reset. But luckily, because that was atrocious to do, people found out that you can like crash into the turbo and fly like this. And then there's this weird bobsleigh jump. At least it's a bit more enjoyable. And then this is the one I made last year. I don't know how that one got in. To be fair, the first season in this game is kind of weird. This is the last season map, and you can probably tell that there's a little bit of progress. This is a little bit more interesting. And also like 10 times harder. Ten people have finished this map. Looks free, just like this map. Mada, fortunately, still on this run. Pretty good pace for Mada as well. What I'm noticing is that Mada is honestly really fast on these early floors, but still a personal best on like floor 8 beginning. So I think Mada just needs to discover these new sections and could have a really good pace to get to floor 10 as well. I think even the cheese version of my first map is not that good. Not that interesting. But as a slow learner, yeah, that's what I guess he has said as well. But at the same time, I feel like it's been getting to a point where Mada learns these early floors really nicely now. So just like figuring out these new sections. Maybe. Seems like there's join lag. That is also a thing. There's multiple types of lag. Wondering if maybe the server is due a restart or something. No, it's definitely a thing, Raveout. But it's only occasionally a thing. Could be a good idea to restart the server at some point. I think it's already being restarted daily. But can you use tasks when validating Kaki maps? No. Need to validate them properly. Any goals or dreams as a mapper? I wanna build cool things. My current goal. Let's see now. Second attempt. This one looks like it's gonna be closer. Oh, Mada, not feeling it though. Goes for the immediate slowdown. Might have missed just barely. What's a mo? Bren, indeed. Trackmania World Champion. Mada also Trackmania World Champion. Not from last year, but... a lot of Trackmania World Champions trying this map. Yeah, no full speed, unfortunately, for Mada on this map, I don't think. Mada won the solo world championship in... wasn't it 2022? Oh, TMGL, okay, yeah. Fair enough. I mean, honestly, it's the same players there anyway. And also it was a solo competition then, right? Same maps even. Is Deep Deep too hard? I suppose it depends how you look at it. For some players, maybe they were hoping that it would be like a 1 week project, but at the same time, I do think that it is kind of giving the players like a unique challenge. It's very rare that there's like this big of a mental component to like one single Trackmania map. Finally, a real grind in Trackmania. A real grind with visibility. Because the real grinds are happening all the time, like these insane shortcuts and such. You know, like the AO1 record. But the thing is, we never see the grind. We always just see the record. This time we're gonna see the grind as well. Enjoying your cast a lot. Thank you, Mo. Scrappy on floor 10. Good progress. That is a personal best, right? Probably first time on floor 10. There are, yeah, multiple public servers. Not really anything crazy from there. Record there probably from Worrell still, who's a very good player but just not playing on this server. Which is like 700 meters or so. And it's a great record, but it doesn't get you even to like top 20 yet. Worrell top 21 actually. It could be the first player that hasn't been playing on this server. Why does he bounce off that ramp? Wait, which part? Do you mean the recovery way? Oh, you mean... wait, oh, now I kinda understand what you mean. So here, hold on, the recovery way, where is it? Here. Here, this ramp. Oh, yeah, no, Mada is just waiting for the wheels to dry, because you have... you get wet wheels when you jump across the water, because there's this small pool there. So Mada is just waiting for the wheels to be dry before continuing. Let's see now, one more attempt has been at least getting the recoveries. This looks very good. There we go. Mada clean onto the platform. It is a tough part. Good practice though. Best PB meters per hour? Huh? Clean landings from Mada. Curious what the strat will be in this tunnel. Is it gonna be the initial speed strategy? It looks like, yeah. They're going for the initial speed. Oh, that's very scary, but works out. It's super tricky. Some players doing the ice slide strat against the plastic still. I don't know if that's any less scary, honestly. It seems to fail just as much as this one. Or 8 potentially then. World record for longest fall I think is either Bren or Elcon. I would imagine. Oh, Mara! Almost too far. I guess it could be virtual as well. Had a pretty big fall at some point. From floor 11. Mara! Speed is there. PB attempt. Does this... Oh no. Oh, Mara. Well, that was short-lived. Instant. That sucks. I think Mara's personal best is on this this jump here. The beam landing would be the next one, but yeah, that's just GG. Turtle immediately dies there. You have to keep the car swinging from side to side so that wheels are touching the ground, but that is just, yeah. No chance. How's Granada doing? Has been to floor 8 as well. Similar position, I think. Virtual with 1,000 falls. Oof. Overall, there's been... $722,000 falls. About 10 million jumps. How do I have 200 resets? Surely that's not right. Anyway. Let's see then. Don't know about Elcon, what the plan is for the day. Usually Elcon does join around these hours though. Yeah, we'll see, Middemk. I'm kind of wondering if this is the like ultimate map with this concept. Maybe the next one will have some slightly different concept. Virtual still third, yep. No world record progress today. There's a new season of Diablo in 30 minutes. I'll probably stick to Deep Dip. Close wall. Yeah, nothing too much. And as the oracle that I am, I have successfully predicted the joint timing of the one and only Elcon 21. Tight world record holder here. We're gonna wait a little bit for Elcon to get the grind going. Yo, Zero. Downloaded Trackmania for the first time last night and have been able to get to the pool above the black half-pipe a few times. So not quite to floor 1 yet. That is very close though. Not bad. At the point where you want something a bit more beginner-friendly to play, you can try out my campaign. Can find it on my club SB Villa Campaign 23. That is specifically designed for newer players. It does have some maps that have similar elements to this map. When 24 in the summer, why are you mad? Ocon is moving now. Getting those runs started. Has found the speedrun strat here, or at least started using it. Was doing the quarter pipe before still, but probably just getting some warm up in. Getting those runs going. I think we determined that the numbers on players' names are their age. Like Sima, for example, is 900 years old. Seems accurate. How old am I? I don't have numbers in my name. You have a 0 in your name? Hey, you're doing pretty well for a 0-year-old. Also careful about Twitch chat and age thing, because Twitch might ban you if you make jokes about your age. So just, you know, just so you know. Oh really, Kosh? I've never heard of that. Will they go? Tally is getting more consistent as well. Getting to floor 7 more and more. Hello Zuzi as well. Just got home. What's the news on the DD2 grind? Bren had an attempt at improving the water gorge earlier, but didn't manage. Oh, this is very close to the hole. Maybe possible to save. Rip. It is there. There's a chance. Oh, that's so close. This is very deceiving because the water doesn't extend all the way down. You need to be really careful not to fall too far from the wall. Well, he might have done this before though. Might know how to do it. The trick is to get the front wheels like high up above the back wheels. Like Tally is kind of trying to do here. That way the car will climb. If the back wheels go up, usually you lose contact with the wall. This might take a while. Oh yeah, for sure, Zero. It's an interesting idea. Is it yeah, it's savable. Timo has done it, for example, and some others too. But it takes a while, potentially. That's close. Yeah, the driver's in the mud for sure. Needs pretty good lungs. Parallel, yeah. So here's the thing. I can get here. So the water actually only extends up here. I think it starts around this point. So if you fall to this line here, that's no longer water. We can't see it from below because this is like a glitched way to combine the blocks. You're not supposed to be able to enter water from below. So we can't see where the water actually starts, but it seems to be a little bit above this line here. Somewhere like maybe close to the Trackmania word there. So if you fall below that, then the car loses contact with the water and you fall down. So it needs to be very careful. Oh! And Tally, so close. But not yet. Might be here for whole day, honestly. Oh, close. Good try. I've been wondering for a while, is there any way to like order my tracks in Media Checker? Like change the order once you've placed them down? I don't know a way. I don't think there is, but it could be that I just don't know. I mean, the thing is that you can retry this forever as long as the wall climbs don't push you like too far. So like you don't really lose much. Oh yeah, that one twist. So close. Might lose sanity, but you're playing deep dip too. At this point you've already thrown your sanity into the garbage can. I think it needs to be almost like a fast climb. That looks to be more promising. Elcon might overtake floor 5 right now. Oh, this is promising. No, the back wheels. it is not the greatest pace we've seen. The thing is, there's nothing below. If you fall down, then the run is over, so you might as well just try this to the end. Oh, oh, and there it is. Telly. Makes it work. We are trying this one. Let's hope it works as a reward, and I think it will. It's gonna be close, but not hitting the wall. Telly will continue the run. She's doing really well. Just needs to get those floor 8 attempts going in again. I think Telly's PB is the beam landing, just like I think Mada as well, and I think Granadi too. A lot of players are stuck on the beam landing, but the turbos this time. They don't work, so she needs to wait for another run. Hopefully without all the pool climbing that time. Well, Elcon here. Let's see. Usually I feel like Elcon actually has been a little bit sort of like kind of warming up for the first hour, but this is like the first run and it's already getting pretty far. So maybe Elcon has been warming up in solo or something. Who knows? Virtual's personal best is on floor 11, a few parts before the current jump that Elcon and Brennan are trying to clear. So basically, I think 2 sections behind Elcon and Brennan. What does Al-Gaib mean? It's a reference to the Dune movies. I think it means the chosen one. Did you see Dune 2? I did. Oh, Elcon, careful now. Yeah, very rarely Voltus. It was good though. Random question, is there any way for Media Tracker or something to access key binding? Like, could you have a text say, press X to drive, where X would be dynamically updated per user? Only through Open Planet, not through Media Tracker. Elcon, That's not... Dave, that's not like how you... Falcon? I don't know if that was... It could have been just accident, but I feel like Elcon thought that he would land here or something. I'm not really... Maybe it was inverted steering or something, but yeah, the platform is here. Unfortunately, not even landing here. But okay, maybe it was that warm-up run after all. Mara getting those runs up as well. Scrappy at the 360. Damn, is this Scrappy's first run through the ice floor? And already on the spin, on very first try. Nice, very solid. I don't know if I would have permission from Scrappy to bring up the stream, so I'm not gonna risk it, because I haven't asked. But Scrappy, yeah, playing in solo, not on the server, so unfortunately we can't check that out. No, it's okay, Zeke. I think, you know, it's fine. I can send a message after. We will survive one day. Don't make it like a big deal or anything. We have some pretty good players on the server already. Follow. And we'll stay updated on Scrappy as well. Yeah, you never know, Zeke. But yeah, it's fine. For history, we want to see you document all the progress. Yeah, and I want to document all the progress too, but at the very least, Scrappy is documenting his own progress, so it's something. I'll check with Scrappy a bit later. If Scrappy is mainly playing in solo now, I'll ask if I can check like floor 11 attempts and such. Not like I would, you know, switch to it a lot, only on those, like, just like for virtual, only on those cases where the runs get to the, like, top 3 range. Made the spin. Damn. So, almost at the half pipes. For Scrappy. We have a lot of players here in floor 5. Sammy has been making pretty nice progress. Probably not like a top 3 contender, but it is cool to see that that these players are still playing every single day, trying to get runs together. Floor 6 personal best. Very good. Most players will never reach that point. Virtual floor 10 as well, god damn. A lot of people then getting those good runs going in solo specifically, unfortunately. Not quite on point with that landing. Oh, and there's a hole below, of course. The classic. Elcon? Hopefully able to get some floor 11 attempts going again. Had some unfortunate events last night where Elcon did get to floor 10, past the ice spin, and immediately after the ice spin, which was successful, Elcon's internet cut out and Elcon was disconnected from the server. Hopefully the connection problems have been fixed. So far so good, at least. Seemed to be like a reoccurring issue last night, but now playing again. Good sign. The turn back into high. It really did feel like Elcon didn't mind it too much. Of course, it's hard to tell from like server chat, but it kind of feels like Elcon has these really unlucky things happen, and then just starts a new run. So like the mentality seems really strong. Hello, Hooch. Virtual almost on 11. We can check out Virtual's floor 11 attempt if Virtual gets to a PB position. But that's a few more sections. Has been to the plastic half pipe on floor 11, but didn't manage to get the landing into the plastic, let alone the pool. I am absolutely sure that I do not need to ask for virtual updates. That is usually not the case. Crappy dead turtle. Ow. Yummy on a personal best attempt here as well. Trying to get these floor 6 runs going. Mud up has been here multiple times. But these are very difficult sections when you get here the first time, of course. It is not so easy. You know, we have these players who make it look so simple because they've been through this part so many times before, right? Give some coaching to Yami. I can't. I was actually told that I need to stay neutral, which I've tried to be neutral anyway. You know, I've taken a neutral role, but I was told that I should be like neutral, so I will take that seriously as well and not participate in the gameplay. Oh, Yami will check some VODs. So yeah, I'm not supposed to like talk about strategies or anything with the players. Of course I can talk about strats as much as I want on the cast, but yeah, who said that? The organizers. And it kind of makes sense. It makes sense before you start rioting. It makes sense because I haven't subscribed to the rules, right? I haven't like signed that I will like you know, for example, not discover anything new and stuff. So as someone who's not participating in the competition, it could be that you know, I could have checked out some clips that I shouldn't talk about, and that's probably the reason. Of course I haven't. I'm basically in the same level as the players, haven't even looked through the final floors at all in like free camera yet, but I think it's a good, you know, safety measure to just be sure that, you know, everyone's getting the same treatment and no one has like a personal coach in the spectating field. I feel like it's completely reasonable, and that's kind of what I've been doing anyway. I haven't, you know, started talking about like new strats or anything. Well, Yummy here, first try now. motivational coaching. On my stream, of course, yeah. Why not? Like, on my stream I can do whatever. Yummy! One-shots this section. Very solid. Very nicely done. It's actually really rare that players manage to one-shot that section. It's very tricky. Virtual on floor 11. We'll check if there's a PB attempt. Maybe if Virtual gets to the plastic halfpipe, we can check that out. I showed a map that I built 6 months ago, that's true. Maybe I should be banned from the game. How stealthing? No, you can free camera anything you want, so the players are also allowed to free camera the higher floors if they wish. I think some players have done that. Like, kind of check through the entire map already, kind of like try to understand what the entire experience will be. So kind of like taking the free camera like this and just went through all the floors, like checking like, oh, what's here, and you know. So that's that. Oh, Yummy makes the plastic bounce as well, actually. Goes for it pretty quickly. That is a very solid PB. Virtual and PB run. Okay, we can take that in as well. Hold on. We will check the PB attempt as this important progress from Virtual. This is not a PB attempt yet. You guys lied to me, but we can check it out anyway. So Virtual now gets to attempt this jump, has already landed this. But it is very close. It is very close to PB. Our second floor 11 attempt that we've seen today. Bren also was still on the server when we joined and was able to get floor 11 attempt, but didn't quite manage. This will land. And Virtual will get a second attempt on the plastic halfpipe. Knows what to do for sure. I don't think Virtual lacks any like knowledge about this. It's just so difficult. Needs to land very clean onto this wall, right? Right here. You need to land the car so that it will roll around like the right side here onto the plastic upside down. So that is the goal for Virtual right now. If you're too far to the left, you hit the beam on the left side of the halfpipe, and if you're too far to the right, then you will fall down. Virtual is playing solo because he is getting very bad FPS on the server. This is a Trackmania thing that is well documented. It is very player specific. Raveout, for example, knows how frustrating it is to deal with competitions when organizing them, because it's very like player specific how these players sort of like have performance on the server. It depends so much on the player, it depends so much on the day, everything is so random and inconsistent. Doesn't even matter what your hardware is, it just... Well, either way, Virtual going in, landing too late though, that's gonna be a fall. Knows... I think Virtual knew that it was immediately the wrong line. This is all the way down, unfortunately. Maybe landing here, so floor 5. Could be worse. But yeah, I kind of immediately saw that it wouldn't work. It seems like the landing needs to be just extremely good. So, Mada actually, oh, we just tune in here, and Mada is on a PB. Needs to land this very landing, so let's check this out now. Going in, the beam, oh, it's a little short. A good attempt from Mada, but yet another fall. Not even landing in floor 4. That is just evil, honestly. What kind of a bounce is that? Well. So. The landing. The landing onto this wall needs to be, I think, around like the middle, maybe a little bit lower than the middle, and it needs to be very close to the edge here. If you land too late, the problem is that you will not be able to go low early enough, which means that you will land too far here, which means that you will fly off here. And then it gets very difficult. So your goal will be to get a very clean landing here, so that you fall off right about here, so that you land here, and you can follow the plastic, fly all the way here. You know, by the way, what annoys me? It's the fact that plastic looks like this, right? It has this pattern, which is nice. It's very recognizable pattern. But because the pattern is kind of like baked in into the game world, when you free block these blocks and you turn them kind of like the weird ways, it becomes like this. It's such a mess. Like, what is even happening here? Terrible. Terrible stuff. Anyway, Elcon on floor 7. Yummy's run, still alive, has been one-shotting so much, actually. We'll check in with Elcon now. Getting a run going. This should land. Looks good. Is there any way you can land in the half-pipe without turtling? Probably, but the problem is that with this kind of a line on the half-pipe, if you land on the wheels, then you will drift because of the angle. And when you drift, you lose speed. So the reason why you want to land upside down is not just because, you know, there's like a line to do that, but because when you go upside down on plastic and you kind of bounce around or slide around, you don't lose any speed. And that speed seems to be required for the pool jump. So you have to go upside down. I'm fairly sure. Great start to virtual session, for sure. Ocon. Oh, scary. Mara leaving the server. At the very least, was getting some good runs going. Any PBs today? Apparently Hazard has equaled a PB by getting past the ice spin. I don't think Hazard got further from what I know. And Bren also equaled PB by getting another world record attempt, but no like new PBs. Virtual also just now equaled PB. So a lot of equals. Mara even before equaled PB onto floor 8. Tally also equaled PB, right? On floor 8. So Scrappy PB, that is true. That is true. Scrappy managed to get a personal best. Oof, barely landing. Virtual did not get a new personal best. It is a personal best equal, as I just said 30 seconds ago. Trust me sometimes. Sometimes I am informed of things. Other times I might not be, but oftentimes I am. Elcon. Lip works. Another tricky beam landing. Virtual did not get further, no. Well, technically maybe, like, landed onto the wall, but Virtual has made the same section before. Did not clear any new sections on that attempt. We literally watched the other attempt yesterday. Yeah, it was like a better attempt on the section that he already attempted yesterday. So it is not really a personal best. A bit mental gymnastics. Okay, Elcon. Past the first turtle, past the tricky jumps. Now, getting towards the second one. Yummy has been doing really nicely here. already back to attempting this. This wall here has cleared, I think, 3 sections here first try, and it's gonna be a new one. God damn. Yummy on a really good floor 6 run over here. Here we go. And Turtle. Elcon and Bren are still about 2 sections ahead of Virtual's personal best in terms of progress. The height doesn't matter all that much, because you still need to clear the next sections to make progress. Elcon. Flip. Works. Second run from Elcon, basically. Hasn't been on the server for too long, maybe an hour or less. So, quick warm-up it seems. Now, landing in. Hello, go down, Gypsky. Turtle, it keeps going, savable. I'm a little confused why Elcon has changed the strategy here. Did the same thing last night, the 360. Elcon has been like 100% consistent with the upside down landing. I wonder what the reason is here. Like, sure, it's cooler maybe, but like that looks so much shakier. Failed it yesterday. Failed it yesterday already. And now this one was very close to failing as well. I don't really know. Elcon probably knows what he's doing, but like I didn't really feel like this strategy needed to be changed, because no one else is doing it like the 360. That is a completely new way of doing it. Elcon has been the only one going for the upside down landing. But then, oh, Elcon said he forgot what to do there. Okay, so I suppose we're still more warming up a little bit. Fair enough. Let's see then. Back we go. Run is still going. Elcon, quarter pipe. Lands, the line works. Jumping to the right. Great landing. The elevator works. All thanks to my tips. Oh no. Yummy's gonna get me into trouble. I was just told that I need to be neutral. All I said was on stream, give some tips on how to stay motivated. That was all I did. I didn't even say it in the server chat, okay? It was like collective community advice. So it's all, you know. Didn't even talk about the map at all. Okay. Let's see now. I was basically talking about Trackmania grind, yeah. Well, Elcon. The line works onto the beam. No, yeah, I'm joking. But it wasn't 110 meters, it was like 700. Great personal best. From Yummy for sure. Making good progress through floor 6. Elcon here, 1000 meters should be reached right now. The landing works. Collective advice from the mapper team, do not play this map. Sounds fair. Good advice. The landing a little bit shaky, but seems to still go through. Needs to be really careful with that. We've seen Elcon before kind of like land a little bit on the side of that first platform, and that has caused the landing before. Now it's very close there, but it did work. Through we go. Now for last two quarter pipe sections here. Needs to take the very clean line. Looks a bit shaky, Elcon. I feel like Elcon thought like, okay, this could work, and it would have worked. It was enough speed. It was enough speed, but Elcon still chooses to be safe. It clipped the entry, but it was still enough. 229. But chooses to take it safe. Patient Elcon. Landing this time. Is it good enough? Elcon commits. Oh, no. Still bails out at the last moment. 228. That was actually a little bit slower. We've seen 227 work. So, potentially it can be good, but I feel like Elcon just wants the best speed. Or maybe Elcon also wants the line. Wants to be like at that specific point when he jumps up. So that could be a reason. Well, this is like fairly easy to retry. So Elcon now. Third attempt, that looks very good. 231, and we go up. And it works. Patience pays off. Here we go. Good drift from Elcon. Optimizing. And we go right in. Jumping into plastic, into the quarter pipe, and then to the left. Speed is enough. What about the line? Elcon looks to land it. Very good. Close to floor 10 now. Can do a virtual stream on another tab on your monitor and keep track of where he is. It doesn't matter. I can literally like watch virtual for like 1 second on stream, and then 2 seconds later people will still say it. Elcon lands it. Like it's alright. It's all good. It's just gonna happen. It's okay. I don't mind. At least we always can be sure that we will not miss any virtual runs. Elcon, ice level has been pretty good. I'm hearing word that Elcon is on floor 10 though. Now getting the ISO wheels. Goes very high here. Is that even too much speed? I think it might have been, yeah. Maybe taking a little bit less this time. No, still going all the way up. Confident in this line, and it will work. We keep going. Elcon. The ice slide starts. Oh, it's very much on the edge, but still saves it. Oof. Starts it a little late, but we are still on the same floor. 55.6% through the map. Every floor has to be done though, so might as well start. Start by doing these sections by Maverick here. Into the dirt. Careful lineup. The zoop up, the slide up, works just fine. I think we've only seen Elcon have trouble with that part one single time. And then was able to recover it as well. Now for the pipes. Speed is enough, line looks good, and then to the pool. Works just fine. And Elcon optimizes the lines here. No crashes, we go straight into the spin. Spins around. And would you look at that, Elcon has, once again, done it perfectly. Absolutely no issue. Absolutely no problem. Elcon actually not really ice sliding this, so maybe it's not the ice slide strategy, kind of just taking speed and like going into it carefully. Going through it. Well, either way, we land into the plastic, it works, and we are very close now to another floor 11 attempt. On the ice half pipe, then turning around, trying to stay on it. That's the first task. Elcon does it, and then the landing. Very good landing. It is right in the center, accounting a little bit for the space that the icy wheels will need on the plastic. Bouncing through, and Elcon. Floor 11. Floor 11, built by Sidelord. This is the one that players are still trying to clear. There's a few more sections remaining that Elcon and Bren have tried. Well, at least one of them haven't cleared so far. Missing pieces. Name of the floor. Is Elcon going for... Okay, Elcon not going for the sideways landing, thankfully. It's been a little much. Going in now. Landing. Oh, not getting it, but this is savable. We've seen Virtual done it the same way. Just barely stays on the platform there. You can, fortunately, on this flip side, you can still have the grip. It's not so steep that you wouldn't be able to do this, but this jump back to the platform can be tricky because of the light here. You can get a speed loss from the light, so Elcon may be trying to think about how to give the best possible chance here. Oh, actually not taking the risk. Not taking the risk. This could be a smart move, because if it's like 50-50, you might just not want to do it. I do wonder, back to the beginning. Clever play from Elcon. That is so clever. The jump back is easy if you don't get the speed loss, but the speed loss is not up to you. It either happens or it doesn't happen. So are you gonna put it down to luck, or are you just gonna go back here with the skill-based way? Elcon decides to, not risk anything. Elcon hasn't been so fortunate in recent days, to be fair, so I feel like it sort of makes sense. Elcon has got the slowdown before, so this seems very, very smart. And now we're back, trying it again. Landing works, and Elcon is back to the top. Getting the speed, landing into the loop. It seems to work pretty nicely, not quite clipping, which makes it more than fast enough. And we are in the pool here, very close to the plastic half pipe. This is technically the world record height, but we don't care too much about the height, because there's still 35% of the map remaining. in terms of height. So we care mostly about progress, and there's a couple more sections that Elcon needs to do. Lining up the back wheel to the beginning of the light beam. And now the tricky one. Taking the speed, happy with the line, lands it in. What about the second landing? Elcon looks to be very far, but still lands it. And has a chance for a second clear of this plastic halfpipe now. Knows exactly what to do. Don't think Elcon needs to think about this for too long. Current best strategy that has been found is that you flip off this first platform, land in a wall right, and then upside down on the plastic. Seems like Elcon's still taking a little bit of time. Maybe thinking if they've missed something. Thinking about if something could be done differently. Maybe there could be another strategy that is more consistent. The thing is, if you try something new, you most likely will throw this run away. So, are you willing to do that? Or are you just going to try the strategy that might require you to be a little bit lucky, but we know it can work? That's the trade-off. We've seen this decision from the players before. On floor 4, for example, we had the quarter pipe jump. The very first quarter pipe jump, where people were going for the line that wasn't consistent, but they knew it was proven to work. The wall bound strategy. Later, players adapted to the more difficult line mechanically, but the more consistent line. Something where you didn't need to rely on luck anymore. This is a similar situation, but 7 floors higher. So the stakes are even higher. Bren luckily has already done a lot of science here. Has figured out it's not a press forward strat. It's not anything too simple, it seems. But Elcon, I think we'll just try the old strategy. The landing is pretty good. Sticks to the plastic. There's a chance. And Elcon makes it. Makes the pull. And we have another shot at the next few parts. A very clean line from Elcon. Gets to do the quarter pipes. And then gets to try the world record jump. If the first part goes well. All the possible speed. Landing in. Quarter pipe jump. Looks to land. Jumps to the left. Is it enough distance? It will fall into the pool below. If not, and here we are indeed. We'll be able to retry this immediately. Not the most punishing part to fail. Landing again. Quarter pipe jump. Lands again. And the distance... It's close. And it will land. Elcon has, again, equaled the world record. Bren and Elcon both have made it to this point. But this section hasn't been cleared by either one of them. The landing onto the next platform seems to be very difficult. Very difficult. Needs to go into this road half loop here. But the problem is that if you just take the jump clean, if you just try to land the obvious way, you're most likely to land upside down. Maybe there's something else you can do. Maybe you can clip your back wheels onto the platform you try to land, so that the car flips the right way up. Bren turtled there on the second attempt, and there's nothing to flip the car on. You can't really do anything if that happens. Or at the very least, it's going to be extremely difficult to save that. It's no barriers, no walls, apart from a little bit of the half loop. Elcon probably trying to figure out the strategy here. So there's the landing. This platform right here. That is where Elcon needs to get. It is very tricky because the half pipe here curves the car upside down. So maybe getting your back wheels into this, maybe taking this almost like a wall ride. I don't know. We'll see what Elcon comes up with. A very, very good player. Let's see if it works. Oh, the jump. Too early. Too early. Tries to get the maximum speed there, but it's not going to work. This is maybe savable. The flip. Oh, not quite yet. Happening. Oh. Just goes directly to it. Why not? We keep going. Well, you need to be upside down here anyway, so why flip the car, right? You just go. You just keep driving. Well, not the worst ever fall. This is not the end of the run for sure. Now the unfortunate thing about failing like Elcon just did is that you don't learn anything. Well, you learn that you can't jump too early, but you probably already knew that. You don't know anything about the wall, you don't know anything about the strat, you don't know anything if you know, you can get too much speed or too much height or whatever. You don't know really anything new. So that is unfortunate. But a very good run from Elcon. Once again, only 2 players have ever made the pool landing with that half pipe there. But yeah, it's very tricky. If Elcon lands this one, then how do you still get up the platform? Because yeah, as you can notice, the curve here will make the car turn upside down. So that creates the problem there. Nothing new learned about the strategies there. We shall see. Elcon, good start to the session. Only been playing for like an hour maybe. So, looking nice. Oh, okay. Alright, now Elcon going for the strategy that everyone else is doing on this jump. No more 360s, no more forgetting strategies. Elcon was going for the upside down landing before, and that one was fine, but I suppose Elcon finds this still better. Tally personal best is on the beginning of floor 8. So not yet a personal best. Is the beam definitely where they need to aim for? There's really nothing else that seems to work. Pretty sure it needs to be a landing there. But how? That's the question mark. Tally's personal best is the beam jump at the very beginning of floor 8. So it is this landing here. Tally hasn't made the beam as far as I know. So just after the first hurdle. Same as Mara, same as Grenady. Many players finding that very difficult right now. Elcon, lean jump. No new world records in the last 12 hours. Not any new developments, except that Bren has tried to do it. And Elcon has now tried to do it as well. Yo, Janick with the raid. How was your stream? Welcome everybody, welcome, very glad to have you here. We have just checked in with Elcon's new wildcard attempt. Didn't quite work out, but still going in. Very much appreciate you, Janick, and welcome everybody. We're gonna go for a long time here, as long as the players are on the server, so get comfy. Had a great stream, that's awesome. So yeah, I'm SBVLib. I am also casting this event. Janick has been doing some cast as well, so probably the similar stuff that you might already be used to. Thank you, Jan, for the 2-month prime. Much appreciated. So Elcon didn't do a new world record, but Elcon equaled the world record that Elcon already had, together with Bren. So right now, Bren and Elcon have had both 2 attempts on the world record jump, but haven't managed to do it yet. Virtual also had a floor 11 attempt not too long ago. Failed the plastic halfpipe, so getting closer to the world record range, but not quite there yet. I am from Finland. Bren has gotten to the pool and also the next section. So that is where the world record currently is. 1 section past the plastic halfpipe. Elcon doing good job here. Tally still on floor 7, but might be on a personal best as well. Oh, I haven't, Kendo. Don't worry, I'll get it done. No worries. Elcon, a little bit off. We'll redo this line. You want to be sure that you get the best possible speed for this. And yeah, Scrappy also made it past the ice spin. So Scrappy looking very good as well. A very strong first run on the floor 10. Scrappy, a pretty good ice player, so not surprised. Similar to Elcon, kind of just, you know, flying through those obstacles there. Let's see, landing a little off. Elcon will redo this as well. Is there a way to contribute to the mappers? Yes, there is a GoFundMe. I should probably have a comment for it, but maybe someone can link it. There we go. Thank you, Floyd. Scrappy also, like, of course, has a very sort of general skill set. Very good at everything. But especially ice, I think, is like a pretty solid, really solid silver. Now, 229, still not enough for Elcon. The highest speed I've seen here is, I think, 234, or maybe 235 or so. So Elcon trying to get the best possible chance here. The best possible landing, and when you can retry this fairly easily, why not? How many times has he fallen there by now? Who and where? Elcon on the final part that we're trying to clear now? That's been twice. So Elcon has 2 attempts at the new world record jump, and Bren has 2 attempts as well. Hazard on 360. Oh, Hazard has made it twice, I think, past the 360. Once last night and once earlier today, if I remember and have heard correctly. Has probably made it like 6 or 7 times to that point, though. Elcon. Once more, this looks pretty good. I think we might be committing 231, plenty of speed, and the patience pays off. I think Tally has fallen, maybe, or... Yeah, I think Tally did fall, maybe from the final jump of floor 8? Floor 7, I mean. So that's probably for the reason why Tally is still on floor 7. Let's see now the line from Elcon. Landing looks very good. Clean. Just the ramps now. Down we go, and then up Elcon with the bug slide landing, because why not, I guess. And then the ice slide set up for this first part, because why not, I guess. Then back to floor 10. Virtual is playing in solo, not on the server, due to FPS issues that some players have. Dirt, Zoop, a good line. Elcon nails it. We keep going. No waiting with Elcon on ice level. Ice slide starts here. Very clean line. Now getting the ice off the wheels before the pipe. Price pool is over $30,000 now. $30,043. More than 15,000 for the first finisher of a Trackmania map. Sounds so simple, yeah? What does your ice look like road? This is the vanilla texture. A lot of players are using a plugin that makes the ice look a little bit different. For you know, gameplay purposes. Elcon, goes up the snow. Good. And goes right into the pipes. Jump a little bit to the left, but works. Now the pool landing. Oh, works fine. So, Trackmania just sometimes has FPS issues on servers. It's not really something solvable by the organizers necessarily. Elcon to the ice spin. Gets it, no surprise there. Super consistent on this. We go back. Setting up on the dirt. And the landing onto the plastic. Works. Now lining up for the half pipes. Almost back to floor 11 again, just this final part remaining. Here we go. Lining a little bit to the left to have the space to turn to the right here, and it works out. Now the landing to the plastic needs to be in the middle. This is very good. The car will steer a little bit further because of the icy wheels, so Elcon, perfect execution. Absolute textbook, and we are back to floor 11. Here we go again. See how this goes. Gets the first few landings. Chaining the next part. Is it going to be the sideways landing? Luckily not. I feel like Elcon respecting this landing a little bit more. Has failed the sideways landing once. And has also struggled a couple other times. So I think Elcon kind of relaxing there. Wanting to make sure that it works. Now for the half. Not really a half pipe, but a quarter pipe. Lands it clean this time. First try. We keep going. Landing into the half loop now. Is it clean? It's a little far, but I think it's gonna be just enough speed. It will be. Getting the water out of the wheels on the dirts. Then we continue. Close to the plastic halfpipe. One of the sections of this map that will definitely go down as one of the most difficult parts to figure out. But players have found a strategy. Is it the best strategy? Who knows? But it's been working sometimes. Elcon, if this next jump lands, we'll get to try it again. Into the quarter pipe. Up. And it seems to be a bit too far this time. And you know what happens when you fail this jump. It's a long way home. Has happened to all three players to reach that point. Just a little bit too much speed. And in the middle of the map, there is a hole. Right here. So that's where you go. We see the finish from here, but unfortunately failing this jump doesn't go to the right direction. So Elcon needs to try another run here. Already back on the grind though. Has been getting some good runs already today, and it's been a pretty early session. Elcon joined the server maybe 1.5 hours ago, so getting twice into floor 11. Very impressive. Three players have attempted that jump. Virtual currently the only one of those three to not make it. No, sorry. No, that jump everyone has made. So all the three players have made this jump. But then, after that jump, is the half pipe. So you land here, and you land onto this platform. Virtual, I think, has made this twice or 3 times. I'm not 100%. Elcon and Bren have made it more. Both Elcon and Bren have cleared this twice as well. So what you need to do from here is you need to set up for speed. Well, okay, this is the strategy that the players have found. There could still be something a little bit easier or something a little bit more consistent, but this is the strat that has been found to work. So, getting speed from here, flipping the car sideways, landing here as like a wall ride, and then flipping the car upside down. And when you land onto plastic upside down, the car keeps its speed, and it keeps bouncing and even sliding through the plastic, and it flies all the way into the pool. Elcon made this not too long ago, and then was able to do these quarter pipe jumps as well. These are fairly nice to retry, because if you are a bit short on the jump, you will just fall to the pool, and you get to retry it again. So here is where you land. And this is the jump that players are trying to clear. They're trying to land here, and then they're trying to somehow land onto this block. And the problem here is that the car often will go upside down because of the angle of this half loop. So I think at the moment the goal of these players is to try to figure out a way to actually land the car properly into this. Bren has had 2 attempts on this. One resulted in that upside down landing, which you don't want because there's really nothing you can use to flip the car back. And then Elcon has tried it twice. First, lacking a little bit of speed or going a little bit too early into the wall. And then the second time, jumped off a little bit too early and didn't make it to the half loop. So currently, like, what we were thinking is that maybe you need to somehow like jump off a little bit earlier and clip the back wheels of the car so that the car will like bounce the right way. So maybe you hit the back wheels onto this wall and then the car lands properly. I don't know. It could also be some like, you know, flip strategy where you kind of like do a 360 after you jump off of this. We don't really know yet. There could be multiple ways to do it as well, but what's the best way? That's difficult. Well, back to the bottom. Thank you, Flink, for the 30 months. Very much appreciate that. Very difficult floor, yeah. Especially the pathfinding aspect, like understanding what to do. When you're finished explaining these jumps, could you tell me the driver's rules about scouting and watching clips? So, anything that has been reached on this map, so, you know, playing normal runs on this map, the players can watch. So if Bren, for example, gets like a water guard attempt on stream, other players can watch that clip. You can't watch any like clips that are done on undiscovered floors. You can't watch any like editor clips, such things like that. And also, you can scout as much as you want. You can take the free camera and you can go to any part of the map. So this is always going to be allowed, looking around, checking things. It is recommended by the mappers because, you know, there's some very difficult things to understand. So, and do those. Yeah, we watched the wildcard equal attempt from Bren. I don't know if it included the pole jump actually, but yeah, I mean, it's going better for Elcon as well now. I feel like the attempts have been a bit more accurate, even if they always haven't worked out. So it could be that this is the strat, and they just need more practice on it to get more consistent on the plastic half-pipe. It could be that. Maybe there's no better strategy, maybe it's just that you need a little bit more practice. Hi, Roa. So there's 3 sections on floor 11 after they make that landing from the half loop. 3 like jump combinations from what I remember. Can't practice in the editor. Why is there no TAS yet? Because the creating TAS runs in this game is very hard, and also it would be discouraged to do TAS runs when the event is still going on. Being a mapper yourself, can you explain the mindset of putting the most difficult sections at the top? In what I play, we put them in the start. That's the usual sort of like map design thing where you kind of, when you design like a normal map, you kind of think like, okay, if I put the hardest section at the very end of the map, that's also the section where the player gets the least amount of practice. So in that sense, it makes sort of more sense to put the hardest sections in the beginning, so that you get the most experience, the most retries on the most difficult parts, right? That's kind of like makes sense as like a gameplay experience. But this is not the traditional map, right? The problem with Deep Dip is that if you put the easiest floors in the end, you kind of miss out on a lot of tension when we have that battle going where multiple people are on floor 15 and floor 16, trying to get those strats down and trying to execute the run. So I feel like it's sort of like to create this sort of climax for the event where you have to conquer the very final things at the very end of the run, and they are the hardest things on the map. So it's kind of like the final boss sort of thing. Of course, no retries, right? You can just quick save and try it again if you fail. So a little bit different from your usual final boss experience in gaming, but it's gonna be like very, very hype to see these players manage to get those very final tough things down as well. Video games generally get harder as you progress through the game as well, but usually there's save points. So this is a little bit different. So it's still like a different sort of game design way, but it makes sense. It makes a lot of sense. It's not supposed to be like a challenge that's like fun and casual and sort of like as approachable as possible, right? That's not the point of it. It's supposed to be mentally difficult to keep your runs going when you know that the hard parts are still ahead of you. So it's like that kind of makes it the sort of like challenge that this kind of a map I think needs to be. I don't have a comment for it, Flink, but it's 30,000 and a little bit more. 30,040 or something. US dollars. Elcon is pretty fast on these early floors. Having fun. Hello, Dundee. So the event ends when 3 people have completed the map. Aren't you playing the event? Nope. Just casting. I'd compare Deep Dive to no deaths challenges in Souls games. Yeah, that's probably like adjacent to that, yeah. Like no hit challenges in like any game, pretty much. Okay, our camera is in the mud, and I think Elcon also. We'll retry this. Yes, you can, Flink. You can share the link. And to be fair, in some sense, the map getting harder kind of follows the traditional Trackmania mapping as well, because you have these Cup of the Day maps with completely ridiculous risky finishes, where you need to do some completely unrelated barrel roll, plastic bounce flip into the finish for whatever reason at the end of like a casual grass map or something. So in some ways, maybe this is like a shout out to the traditional way of building Trackmania maps in the current meta. Sammy always so wholesome. Sammy has been making really good progress. Very far into floor 6 right now. Ali also getting good runs going today. Shouldn't be easy, and to be fair, like, even if the map was completed in like 3 days, it wouldn't be easy, because you would need to put in like a ridiculous amount of attempts in those 3 days. If anything, maybe it's better that it goes on for a little bit longer, because then, you know, more players will be able to compete, and there's not gonna be a situation where, you know, some player needs to take like 2 days off, like Hazard and Scandia were playing at Trackmania LAN last weekend, so, you know, they would have been like far behind if the map was like too easy, right? So this way you can take some days off and you can still be a part of the competition. So there's maybe some good sides to the competition also lasting a little bit longer too. Yo Mo, thank you so much for the gift up. Got very much appreciated. We'll win this. Oh, you made it to floor... Did you make it to floor 5, though? Oh, Tally. The wet plastic strikes again. Maybe savable. Fortunate landing. It's possible. It's possible to drift through this red turbo. Can be a little bit tricky. So from what I know, the last 3 practice floors will not be released. Oh, Tally actually not choosing to go for the drift. Oh, but also doesn't make the grass landing. That is so unfortunate. Well, yeah, so the last 3 practice floors will not be released until after the competition. So those 3 floors, 14, 15, 16, need to be figured out on the full runs. So we'll see how that goes. It could be that some parts of floor 12 might be a lot easier than some of these floor 11 jumps. But it could be that at some point when we just somehow figure out these final parts of floor 11, the progress speeds up a little bit again. So we shall see. So there have been official practice maps released. There's been 5 so far, from 0 to 4. So those you can play. That's absolutely fair game. The organizers will release more practice floors when they see like it's justified. I think floor 4 could be something where, you know, some players might find it still useful to practice it. We saw actually Lars and Granati, for example, have times on the practice floor 4. Oh, apparently organizers have forgot to put floor 5 up as well. So I suppose we will have one more. I don't think Elcon would really benefit, for example, from those floors, because Elcon has been just, you know, Elcon is trying to learn floor 11 right now. That is really the only thing that Elcon seems to need practice on. Oh yeah, for sure, miss. Of course, yeah. Not saying that they are like useless to release, but for the competition, I don't think there's gonna be a huge impact. It is absolutely a good thing that they're releasing the first few floors as well, just so that more people who might feel a little bit left out because they don't have the skill ceiling or skill level to like complete floor 0 and 1 together, for example, can try floor 1 like separately. That's a really good thing. So more people can participate. Oh, Elcon. Elcon. Truly speedrunning. Makes it super accessible to let me try floors independently. Yeah, it is good. And of course, after the event has been concluded, there will likely also be a checkpoint version of the map. So that will also be much more accessible. But before we have 3 players reach the finish line, this is gonna be the map. Ten and 11 are pretty hard, that is true. But for this guy right here, floor 10 honestly doesn't seem to be an issue at all. Elcon has such a good skill level on ice. It's just very, very clean on floor 10. I don't know anything about the easier tower flank. I've heard that there's something like that. Like, you have probably seen the virtual tweet. That is the only thing that I've seen as well. I don't think there's any more information about it. But apparently there is some easier tower that is designed to be doable, but not easy for even players who haven't played Trackmania before, so... Not the 66 hours again. God damn it. Hello, Tatum. Hello, hello. All good, Tatum. It did not take 66... Okay, whatever. The thing about this is that I think it's like 50-50 with people who are joking about it and 50-50 who still believe it. I can never tell. Tundi. We literally had jumpers say yesterday that it's absolutely not true. You mappers haven't been coordinated on your trolling. Okay? It's over. Elcon with the no sight lines makes it work. Floor 5 now. Jumper's just trying to hide. Oh, okay. Just misunderstood the question. Oh, I see. You'll need to ask mods for any gambas, if there are any. I heard that this run from Elcon that we're watching right now will last for 66 hours, actually. Gonna be here for a while. You are actually 66 years old? God damn. So many revelations today. Floor 6. A lot of the time Elcon has kind of struggled in the beginning of the session. Maybe needing like, you know, 2 hours to get warmed up. Today has not been one of those days. Elcon in the first 2 hours got to floor 11 twice already. So... already has had a pretty decent session, honestly. No one yet on floor 12. Nope. Still trying to figure out the last parts of floor 11. Sidelord said that it took him about 50 hours to build his floor all total, but less than 1 hour validating. Yeah. I believe that the 66 hours also is the building time, not the validation time. Oh, okay. I am indeed another streamer than who is playing right now. We are basically spectating all kinds of players here. Casting the events of the day. Welcome, Beginners. No, yeah, like 1 hour validation is already a lot. That already is a pretty scary number. And it doesn't sound like a lot because you think of it like, oh, 1 hour. But think about this, just like a thought experiment. Let's say that a floor somewhere above takes 1 hour to validate. Let's say that you get, like, you know, how many times are these guys getting to, like, floor 11 right now? Maybe, you know, a few times a day, right? Maybe 5 times a day if you have a good session. So if it's a 1 hour validation, and you spend, like, you know, 5 minutes on each run, like if you, or let's say you spend, like, you know, 2 minutes, 3 minutes on each run if you're speed running and then you fall down. That means that if you get there 5 times a day, that's gonna be like 15 minutes a day, which means that the 1 hour on that floor that you will need to clear it, that would be 4 days to clear one floor. So, like, then you extrapolate that number to 66 hours. It doesn't make any sense at all. We would be here for, like, the rest of the year. So, like, it is absolutely not gonna be the case. just like logic tells you that it's not the case. And the mapper knows all the tricks, but yeah. Mapper might also be, like, you know, less skilled in the game than someone like Elcon, obviously. So there's, like, a lot to take into the equation. The main thing is that we can't really predict how long it's gonna take, but, you know, we don't need to worry about the numbers too much. Currently, world record belongs to this guy right here. Elcon has the record, together with Bren. Right now, it is all the way over this jump. They are both trying to clear this jump. Then if we go back a little bit, if you go through here, this is the previous section, jumping from this quarter pipe onto this beam. And then there is this plastic upside down half pipe. So Virtual has made it a couple times into this position. Has tried this, but hasn't yet cleared this jump. So Virtual 2 sections away from Bren and Elcon. And that's pretty much it. This is an interesting landing. Is that gonna land? Bouncing? Maybe. Plastic. There we go. Plastic, a very bouncy surface. Sometimes you can kind of get unlucky here and not bounce. But Elcon this time. We'll get to the recovery. Oh, it's the wall, but doable still. Hazard was online when we first joined the server. And had a pretty good run going. Made it to floor 10, but didn't quite get to the end of it. Elcon has, yes, many good runs today. Has gotten to floor 11 twice. Has had a world record attempt. Not quite working out, but looking to be in shape. Elcon training floor 11 bounces and floor 7. No, yeah, Kubas is very good player, very good mapper. Viro also very dank mapper, definitely has the skill level as a player to build very difficult stuff. Whiskey also, Whiskey's floor is 12. Also a scary mapper and player. So we'll see. Who's been the fastest to floor 10 so far? Probably Bren. Vito is from Finland indeed. We haven't looked at the later floors yet. We're gonna discover them with the players. Let's see now. Is it gonna work? Not quite. Elcon with the weird wood grip there. Altering the line of the car. We'll flip back. Who is the main mapper? Sparkling. Sparkling is the person who built the final jump. Also the first floor together with Spec. And to my understanding, also put all the different floors together. Evening Classic. Do you watch Virtual too? Virtual is not on the server, so it is a little bit sort of tough. But we do check in if Virtual is on like a new top 3 run. So if Virtual gets to a PB attempt, then we will tune into it. Probably only when Virtual is like, you know, halfway through floor 11. Okay, Elcon is clearing floor 7, and I am in desperate need of hydration. So I will fix the situation as Elcon keeps going, and I will be back in just, well... Okay, Elcon giving me some time, I suppose. Well, that's alright. Unfortunate. We will check into Semi. Let's see how this run keeps going. Okay, I'll be back in just a minute. Alright. Elcon climbing Sami, Marius, Yummy, Hefest, Karlberg, Habe. All trying to progress. Yummy not too long ago got pretty nice personal best halfway through floor 6. As we see Hefest falling down. How's Hefest doing right now? 600 meters personal best. That's still floor 5, but good progress. Sami has made it to floor 6 around the same point as Yami, I think. Somewhere like halfway through. I don't really drink beer, actually. Not too often. I don't think I would survive the deep dip grind if I was drinking beer. Oh. But I do have some fancy flavored sparkling water to make this day 12 session a little bit more of a celebration. How many followers did you have before Deep Dip 2? I think in the last 2 weeks, being like 2,000 to 3,000 more. That's been kind of wild. Wild journey. And it keeps going until the people finish the map. Thank you, Nutty and Miss. We try our best here. Trying to document this journey from the players and also keep viewers informed. Did you hear that Virtual took 66 showers in a row that he doesn't need to shower for many weeks? That's good. Good thinking. For 16 weeks. Solid. I am a Trackmania mapper, yes. My specialty, probably endurance maps. That is what I'm probably most known for, even though there's really only one that I've built. Called Thread of Ariadne. That one I built together with some scenery mappers, Big Thirsty, Echo, Jeffro. And then Core I'm still working on, which is similar map, both 20-minute maps. We're working on that with Big Thirsty. And trying to hopefully finish that at some point. It's been a lot of work. Hundreds and hundreds of hours of work. But we're gonna get it done. We're gonna get it done. I've also built a campaign. Like, if you know me from mapping, you probably know either one of three things. One is my khaki maps, which are like these wild maps where you have like crazy stunts and such. Two is my campaign that I built last year, the SB Villa campaign 23, which was very well received, especially by newer players. And the third one is my endurance maps. I built a khaki map on every season. There are 58, 85. Oh, Sammy, not rolling enough. Needs to go upside down for this plastic to work. 58, 85, 185. I'm missing one. I don't even remember. What was the... 58, 85, 185, those three at least. Then 285. 85 is kind of the number that I've taken. But there's... Wait, no, there's only four. There's only four, yeah. Of course, yeah. So 58, 85, 185, and 285. That was a great campaign, thank you. People seem to enjoy it. What happens if Nadio breaks Deep Dip with a physics update? People will be very sad and unhappy with Nadio. We'll just hope that it doesn't happen. Don't look at 58, it's the worst khaki map ever. I didn't know how to play Trackmania, alright? It's terrible. All of the others are, like, okay. I only built in this game, so I haven't built any TMNF stuff or khaki. No new world records today yet. Bren and Elcon both have tried, have gotten to the jump that no one has cleared yet, but no luck yet. How many hours did it take to build khaki 58? Probably not many. Way less than any of the others. Best khaki player, Timo. Just overall, Timo. But Techie is also insane. There's many good players, obviously. You're just saying that because Simo is the best at khaki? Yes, that... correct, yes. That's true, yes. Elcon on floor 6, indeed. Getting these runs started better than some other days. Elcon has been a little bit on and off. Some days, not really getting through like the first 5 floors, but today already 2 attempts on floor 11, so... has been already having a pretty nice session. Bones works. Not sure if Hazard will be going for another session tonight. I've heard that Simo is taking a day off from the grind. So could be that Hazard and maybe Skandir are the 2 players we're kind of waiting for. Not sure about Lars either. Probably too slow. Yeah, Elkan knows it as well. But nice recovery, back to the plastic bones. No, yeah, Simo was playing like 10 plus hours every single day so far, so it kind of makes sense to take a little bit of time off. Maybe flipping through. Yeah, Elcon is safe. Looking like 250 plus hours for first finisher? Yeah, I mean, at least the 200 hours. I feel like more and more players will start taking these days off anyway, because it does seem like the challenge here is going on for still like at least another 2 weeks probably before like 3 players have finished the map. I guess it's kind of hard to say because we don't really know the exact difficulty of every floor that's still to come. It could be that floor 11 is a bit of a choke point, and then, you know, floor 12 will be easier to figure out and easier to pick up the strats. It often also depends on your skill set, like Elcon has been very good on ice stuff, so floor 10 wasn't really a problem for Elcon at all. But then some things like floor 8 might be tougher for Elcon than someone like Simo, for example. So yeah, it's not so simple. We need to wait and see. We need to wait and see when these players reach the new sections and then discover them with the players, see how they go. One thing that we can absolutely assume, and it's probably correct, is that every floor will be difficult, as they have been so far. So, don't think we need to be worried that the end of the map is too easy. It's probably not going to happen. So, just the question is like how hard they are. Thing about floor 10 is that while it is very difficult and it has so many difficult tricks, for example Elcon, it has become probably easier than floor 9 at this point. I feel like Elcon is making less mistakes on floor... Wow, that was a spectator lag. This is too close to the wall though. We'll recover. Yeah, I feel like Elcon has more trouble on floor 9 than 10 right now, so it might not be like every floor is harder than the previous one for every single player. There could be a little bit more to it. Hello Henry, no progress ultimately. There's some personal progress, like Scrappy getting a new personal best, getting through the ice spin on floor 10 already. That is something. A lot of personal best equals. Hazard has equaled personal best today, earlier. Virtual has equaled his personal best today. Elcon has equaled his personal best, and Bren has equaled his personal best. The mappers might give some hints or something if the players get completely stuck. They've already kind of like said some stuff on Twitch chats and such that, you know, we've kind of taken as like a little bit of information that we can try to deconstruct somehow. But I wouldn't imagine that they will like straight up spoil any strategies. Definitely weird seeing no reactor tricks. I mean, it's understandable. There would almost certainly be some shortcut. What have they said? Well, for example, for the plastic half-pipe that players have been trying to get on floor 11, which has been cleared by both Elcon and Bren twice. They have said that the mapper did it 10 times in a row. So that kind of gives us like a little bit of information, like, okay, there's like some kind of like a semi-consistent way to do it, right? So it's not like at least random and it's not lucky. So, you know, things like this. Nothing super like crazy. But, you know. Small hints. I also PB'd today. I spawned on the start line. That's my PB. Let's see, which strat is Elcon using here? Is it gonna be the fast approach into turning sideways, or is it gonna be the ice slide strategy next to the wall? Or the beams, it's not really a wall. Thank you, Stealthing. Which is faster? Well, it's gonna be the going fast and then turning sideways and not pressing anything. But the thing is that it's, if you do it wrong, it's also a very fast way to fall back to the ground. So Elcon might be actually studying some clips or something here, because this has been like very shaky. It's always very scary for almost everyone. Well, let's see then. Going fast, so it's gonna be this, yeah. And that works perfectly. That's super, super clean. It's just so scary if the car turns at all and it gets the boost from the turbos. If you're perfectly sideways, you're not gonna get the boost, but if you're a little bit off from that sideways angle, you might fly out. So there's ice and there's turbos. And those turbos try to push you straight forward where there's a big fall back down. And the turbos don't affect you if you're sideways, because they don't really know like what way to push you. So you can like just completely ignore the turbos by going perfectly sideways. But if you go like straight forward, then you get like a massive boost. Oh, Elcon! A bit shaky. But works. No problem. Close to floor 8 again. It is a cool obstacle, I agree. Let's see then. There we go. What's your favorite level design as a mapper yourself? I feel like all the floors have a lot of good in them. I really like the thematic levels, like floor 10 is really nice in terms of the theme. And then I really like the idea, like the concept behind floor 4, for example, where you have this fully tilted floor. It's really, really cool and not so easy to build. 8 is a good floor. I think it's a good floor as well. It's cool to have this kind of like a... Makes it? Like a turtle floor. It's a very tense floor, this one, in many sections. Hi Royaz. Just wanted to say that I started watching your stream since the start of DP2, and I really enjoy your cast. Keep up the good work. Thank you. Very glad to have you here. #11 is very cool because it's not so obvious where you actually need to go there. So as like a sort of a puzzle design, it's very, very nice. A lot of pathfinding there. Lars has joined the server, by the way. Not the 2-wheel again, Elcon. Elcon has landed on 2 wheels before there and took like 20 minutes for the car to flip back up. There we go. And then the timing works. The flip works. Floor 8, definitely less scary than floor 7. I feel like floor 7 has way more like choke points that these guys are still failing. Getting through floor 7 is like a big moment for every player still. Landing. Elcon is going for this slight slowdown here to clip the wheels to slow down. And then, well, it might seem a little bit risky. I think it's actually not any more risky than any of the other strats that we've seen. Here, going for the new strategy, no longer doing the upside down landing into flip. Now going for the same strat that everyone else is doing. We get our blessings for this run from the next room. Hopefully they will work. Line here is good. Third turtle. Yeah, Lars on the board as well. Getting those runs started. Lars has made it to the end of floor 10, and there's another name to just join the server, which we haven't seen too much in the past few days. Scandia. Current personal best on floor 8. So you might, if you don't really know these players, you might be wondering why we would really even bring that up, because so many players have made it past floor 10, for 11 even. But Scandia hasn't been playing for like 4 days or so, because Scandia was playing a LAN tournament together with Hazard. Lacking severely on playtime on this map. So Scandia, extremely good player, and the skill set matches this kind of a map. So still could, if Scandia grinds this map, can potentially get very, very far. Definitely has time to catch up. Won the tournament as well, yeah. Let's see then. Elcon, final jumps on floor 8. Jumping through, it looks like it's enough. Yeah, when you're a little bit behind the others, you can check the strats and you can potentially come back even stronger, right? You do have the advantage of not having to figure things out on your own. You even have a lot of strats to choose from on, you know, different parts of floor 9, for example. Hello, Ildorella. No progress. Well, personal progress. Scrappy with a new personal best, for example. But, yeah, no world records. Equal world record from both Elcon and Bren, but no new ones so far. Still trying to clear the same jump as last night. Elcon, a good landing on the turbo. No, the practice is, yeah, obviously important, but Scandia is so good at this game. I feel like the amount of practice hours might be that are needed might be less than someone else. There's definitely a group of favorites. It's not like anyone can win, but right now there's still, I think, at least 5 or 6 people who could definitely win this. So it's definitely not clear who's gonna take it. See, Elcon onto the beam. Virtual is 2 sections behind world record right now. Needs to clear the plastic halfpipe, and then needs to clear the quarter pipes after the pool. Then it's essentially a tight world record. Let's see. Elcon, now for the tricky one, has been a little bit off to the side from this first drop-off here a couple times. Needs to make sure that the downhill goes well. See? Very close to the edge, but works. What is your dark horse pick for a top 3 spot? I don't really know if I have one. I feel like all the people who I've been talking about already can get to top 3. Elcon, Bren, Virtual, Lars, Hazard, Skandir, Scrappy as well. Scrappy is making good progress, so if Scrappy keeps up the grind, is able to get to those regions, and then Simo, yeah. Simo might be the dark horse a little bit. Maybe. Elcon, great first try. Good drift, good optimization. Saved at least 0.4 seconds. And now for the final quarter pipes. Line, looks good. Good. Soon on floor 10, if these ramps work again. Mada, of course, yeah. Mada, if the grind is there, definitely can climb up to the others. Let's see now. The line is good. Elcon, bug slide landing, of course. Now we're on floor 10. Sliding into the first part. Why not? Elcon just vibing over here. Getting the icy wheels and getting ready for the dirt zoop. Starting it. Line is good, speed is good, lands it straight into the ice slide. No need to stop here. Starting the ice slide very early this time. Last time was actually a bit close to the edge there, but still managed. This time a little bit safer too. Just getting the ice off the wheels here. It's probably already gone though. Then going into the pipe jump around the ice. Then the dirt speed should be enough here. Getting the speed around the hole and into the dirt again. Now the speed, zooping. Works out. And Elcon, predictably, is once again on the pipe section here. This is a little bit too slow though, not really getting the line, but reacts in time. We'll be able to redo this speed here. Getting a lot of speed actually. But, you know, small releases here will be fine. Jumps very high and it works out. And then the pool, perfect landing from Elcon. We go into the ice spin next. I don't think Elcon's gonna need a break here. Just going in. Getting the water into the ice, starting the spin. Times it. And as every single time, it works. No reason to doubt the Ice Master here. We go over the plastic then. And Elcon through to the dirt. Now just 2 jumps. Landing onto the plastic. 2 sections rather. Landing onto the plastic can be very tricky. And then the half pipes. Elcon has failed the 360 one time, ever. Here we go. Lining up a little bit to the left so there's space to turn to the right. Stays on the thin ice here, then dropping down. Gets the line onto the plastic. Small wiggles, doesn't really need too much speed. And Elcon is through. Floor 11 once more, getting very, very consistent on this floor 10, honestly. Doesn't seem to have many problems there at all. And here we go. Another attempt on floor 11. Missing pieces by Sight Lord. Currently the world record floor. Only 3 people have made it here. Those 3, Elcon, Bren, and Virtual. Lining up next to the light here. These tricks have been figured out, but that doesn't mean that they're easy to do. You'll need very good precision, very good speed. Elcon clips the landing, notices. And now, last time Elcon didn't want to risk the random slowdown that you can get on the beam, dropping to the beginning of the floor instead. So I'm curious if Elcon will go for the risk this time. The thing is that if you manage to do this jump, of course you save a lot of time, you don't need to do the first few jumps again. But if you're confident that you can make it to the beginning of the floor, that is entirely skill-based. Both have been done. People have done this jump over here. That is doable. But you can, from this light, you can get a slowdown. So Elcon seems to once again want to go for the safer way. It is a little tricky, but it is skill-based. So landing here works. And then jumping here works. Really, really good thinking from Elcon to find this non-luck-based backup. So you can rely on your skill, you don't need to wish for something to happen, you don't need to hope for the map to be nice to you, because it's usually not. You can just rely on your own mechanical skill and go again. And Elcon gets the landings a little bit onto the right side. But this is possible to do without chaining. And Elcon is back. Second try. Difficult landing on the quarter pipe. This time a little bit more to the right, but a little bit too much to the right, and Elcon will go for the recovery again. Or is Elcon going to risk it a little bit? Patient Elcon versus speedrun Elcon. Which one are we gonna get? Of course, it's possible also to fail these jumps down. These are not easy jumps to the beginning of the level. Elcon, gonna be patient. Doesn't want to trust the light. So we go. We go again. First few jumps, Elcon gets them again, keeps training, and jumping through. Here we go. Third attempt. Going in. Landing. This time it works, and Elcon will land it. Third time's the charm. Elcon gets the half loop now. Getting the speed. Needs to land into the loop here. Looks to work. Seems to not be a speed loss in the landing, and Elcon is through that section as well. So then, the final jumps before the plastic halfpipe. These are not easy jumps. Elcon has managed to do these before, but also has failed them before. World record has progressed a little bit further. So there's a couple more things to do before we have another world record attempt, but let's see how Elcon does this high jump here. Taking the speed, landing into the quarter pipe, seems to work, and the high jump, it's pretty far, and unfortunately the landing not working out this time. Elcon will fall all the way down the middle. Such a difficult landing to do. And so the run ends in an instant. 1200 meters down. Not many seconds that it takes. But Elcon, in just a couple hours, has made it to floor 11 3 times now, so I don't think Elcon needs to be too worried. The consistency on the earlier floors seems very good now, so you will need to keep pushing, restart the run, go again. That's what it's gonna be. Simplifying, doing a recovery path here, getting back to the end of floor 5. Skandir and Lars, both getting some runs up. We shall see. We shall see how this all develops. Thank you, Badisam Soini, for the 100 bits. Appreciate that a lot. Skandir back straight from a land victory. Looking pretty good. Hello Petrov. Day is good. Some great runs already. Hope yours is good as well. Oh, Lars also on the same jump, but I can't click the name. There we go. Another name to look out for. Looking to get the first run to floor 11. Yeah, pretty much Segi. Right now I'm a full-time deep dip caster. It's great. I'll be a deep dip 2 historian. Full-time dipper. Before that, I've been doing event organizing for a bunch of different things. Did some Trackmania World Tour production and some other tournaments last year. And streaming. It does feel like this event will go down in Trackmania history books, though. Of course it will. Of course it will. $30,000 in the prize pool, and it's probably not where it ends. So, this is already one of the biggest things to happen in Trackmania. But also, I feel like the fact that it's such a unique event, such a unique competition where players need to put so much time into finishing a single Trackmania map. It is very cool. So out of the 30k that we have in the prize pool right now, I can give you the exact number. $30,053.33. So first place gets 50%. Right now, 15k. Second place is 30% and third place is 20%. A thank you for the gift set, Madison. Enjoy. Green haze. Much appreciated. Well, Lars and Skandir are both trying to get these runs going in the same position, trying to do this quarter pipe jump. I still remember when, you know, on day 2, day 3, this quarter pipe jump on floor 4 was the hardest part of the run. Now we never talk about it. We just never bring it up. Because there's so much more. We've gone higher. What level you think we're gonna reach by the end of the week? It really depends on floor 12. Like if floor 12 is... Oh, Lars, with the slowdown there in the tunnel. If floor 12 is very difficult to find the strats for, then it could be that we get stuck on floor 12. I'm almost certain, though, that we will get to floor 12 by the end of the week. That is a very careful guess as well. If I had to just throw in a guess based on like how the progression has gone before, I feel like we're probably gonna be on the like early parts of floor 13. Deep Leap 1 took 6 days for Bren to finish first. So on day 6, Bren finished Deep Leap 1. Now we're on day 12, and we are pretty far. Floor 11 will slow progress, depends on the strats, because if they are able to find consistent strats on the last few parts, then it could be that it's not gonna slow down the progress forever. Of course, right now it's very slow, but that's mostly because we don't really know what to do. We don't know the strategies on the like next parts. So it's still a little bit of discovery and science and, you know, kind of throwing these attempts at the tricks and falling down and figuring out what doesn't work. So once there is a strat, then it's gonna speed up as well. Yo, Paco. Yeah, Virtual was the second to finish Deep Deep 1. Day 6 as well. When did Ixon finish, do you know? Ixon was the third one. If Hazard catches up to Bren and Elcon, he might help make the progress faster as well. Yeah, Hazard has been trailblazing a lot, has been discovering so many new tricks throughout this entire journey, but has got a little bit stuck on to floor 10 now. Leaderboard progression on the map. Okay, let me fact check. I would say that the two players, Elcon and Bren, are probably like 2/3 into floor 11. But yeah, a little bit after the middle point. Yeah, Virtual indeed 2 jumps away, or 2 sections away from Waterguard on floor 11. Lars on the half pipes, the last I've heard, that is also true. So Lars, just the half pipes remaining on floor 10. Hazard and Scrappy have made it past the ice spin on floor 10. Simo is actually pretty close to the ice spin as well. Simo has made it all the way to the double pipe section. So only needs to clear those pipe jumps, and then Simo is also on the ice spin. Shmaniel somewhere on floor 9. We don't know because we haven't seen the run. Yeah, that seems very, very correct. If you fall floor 12, what is landing point? Probably still like floor 8. Which is not great, but it's not the worst. Standard access, if you still have it from last year, they don't sell it anymore. But if you still have it from last year, it will be enough to play this map, yeah. Boink. My turtle, no, fine. Decent run here from Skandir. Has been away for a few days. Good to see some progress. What do you think is the most likely to finish DD2 first? I don't know. Right now, Bren probably has the best consistency and tight water guard, so Bren is probably like the easiest guess. But it could be just about anyone. There's like almost 10 people that could take it and I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, the only way you can have standard access still is if you bought it last year. They stopped selling it at the end of last year. Now there's only club access, which is $20 or euros or whatever, and there might be localized pricing as well. And then there's the free demo version, essentially. Cam has club access for 9 years. We'll see if this game even exists then. Virtual is doing really well. Like, you know, top 3, very close to Waterguard. I feel like for a lot of these players, it will become more and more important to take days off, though. Playing like, you know, like Simo is taking a day off today. Simo has been playing like 10 hours a day since the beginning, for like 11 days. And that gets taxing, right? Weak. What do you mean, weak? No wildcard improvement today, Bonix. Simo has the most time played, pretty sure. Like 110 hours, maybe? Yeah, actually, it's true. It's you guys, the Twitch chat, who are grinding the most. Keeping track of everything, all the players. It's definitely the most exhausting job here. Keep up the good work, guys. Where's your timer? It's reset multiple times, so it doesn't really matter. You can just add up the stream time from from Friday, 1.5 weeks ago, until today. Can't hear. Through the water. Not a bad run here. Elcon also already back to floor 6. Lars trying to get those runs going. Floor 2 right now. See if the line is correct. It looks pretty good. And it will end. if you're completely new to what's happening here, just like a quick explanation. So Trackmania, we have usually a little bit different maps than this one in the game. Usually maps are maybe 45 seconds to 1 minute long, and you try to play those with rounds in competition. So you try to just do as fast runs as possible. Try to you know, get consistent, get some good runs, and there's checkpoints, and you can respawn on those checkpoints and just try to improve your times. That's usually Trackmania, very like a speedrun oriented game. But this time we have this special challenge here. We have all these weird obstacles, like this turbo tunnel that can push you around. We have absolutely 0 checkpoints on this map. So if you fail something and you fall down, you're gone. The challenge here is to be in the first 3 people to finish this map. So you start from the bottom, you climb all the way back up, or you climb all the way up. And if you manage to do that first, you win about $15,000 currently. We are on day 12 right now, doing all kinds of different tricks, trying to figure out what on earth is happening on this map. And it's a difficult challenge. Everything here is much harder than it looks. If you're new to Trackmania, just trust me on this. These are the best players in the world that potentially have tens of thousands of hours in Trackmania throughout their lifetime. And they are struggling with these sections. It is very, very, very difficult to do anything on this map. Like this upside down driving Scandir is trying to do. Flips the car though, and I'm not sure where Scandir's personal best is. It's somewhere on this floor, but you could potentially see an improvement here already. Hello, Alem. Could I not? Now for the beam landing, it's probably not where the personal best is. Lands it clean though. Let's see now. Now taking the speed, the bobsleigh landing next. Is the line good? Oh, it's a little short, but still makes it. And here manages to continue. And then the slightly easier part. This could already be a personal best run soon. I'm really not sure. There's a lot of parts on this floor that go up and down, so it's difficult to say based on the heights. Like, you know, the height, personal best, that's pretty much here. But, you know, we can't really draw many conclusions just on that. "84 hours and 42 minutes I've been watching these players before this stream. Makes sense. Is it not more than that in 11 days? Let's see, the timing. Scandir is through. Needs to drive upside down through this scary thing, whatever this is. And then keep the turtle going. I would imagine it's more. I don't think there's any day where I've streamed less than 8 hours. And it's been 11 days, right? Oh well. Anyway, and here flips the car. So the reason why you have to drive upside down is because you can't drive onto this platform normally. Completely fine. Oh yeah, that makes more sense, Sven. Let's see if the speed is here. Scandir lands it. Oh, so close to the edge, but works out. And I think this jump will probably be a personal best. And this may be where Scandir will kind of think about the strategies as well. Yeah, I think we're seeing Scandir take a little bit of break to maybe watch some clips or check how other players have managed to do this one. that's what it looks like. So, Scandir, pretty early on the session and already close to a personal best. 1 jump remains. $107 hours. Okay. Alright. So that's my grind right now. In 11 days. Here we go then, Scandir. Is it gonna work? It will. Is it a PB? The height is not really higher. It's hard to say, but it's probably on the reset block at least. So if this next jump works. But I feel like this could already be a personal best based on the, you know, taking a little bit of a break there. Needs to go down this downhill here. And then we ask very kindly for some blessings. We ask for a little bit of luck in this next section. And here, ready to line up. Needs to get a good angle from this jump. Aiming a little bit to the left. A little bit too much to the left this time, but makes it. And this is a personal best. So, 900 meters for Scandir. 1 more turtle upside down section remaining. And then it's pretty close to floor 9 already. So, we have been talking about this player who has been away for a few days because of another Trackmania competition. But now is getting back to the grind and already making very good progress. Starting turtle. Looks very good. Doesn't hit the wall. Scandir did win the competition as well, so seems to be in shape. Now the narrow parts here needs to time the wheels off a specific side of the car to go over this. Times the first one well. And the second one, oof, going pretty fast, but very controlled line. And Scandir with the flip makes it through. Very, very strong skill set for this kind of stuff. Do you think Teki called the Scarecrow on 7 his cat to coin the term cat jump before bleb jump was discovered? It's not even a jump on floor 7 though. How would that work? If that was the plan, sounds like a bad plan. I think, yeah, again, Scandir checking the strats, not spending too much time, maybe just watching one clip. But seems to have figured out what to do, landing in, turning around to the left, getting hopefully enough speed, and now jumping, and now a strong right side jump. This looks pretty good. And Scandir becomes the 9th player, I think, to make it to floor 9. Very good. So then, I think it's time for some new discoveries. First time on this floor, so the good thing about being the 9th person on this floor is that you have a lot of clips to watch. You have a lot of attempts that you can try to copy. You don't need to figure out anything. Everything has been figured out. There's multiple strats even that you can choose from in different sections of this floor. So main thing is you need to take this ramp, jump on top of this pole, land down here, and then take this ramp, land on the turbo. The turbo landing, pretty scary, but that's gonna be the first step. Then you jump here, then onto the left, and then go down, but I think Scandir might be ready to try this first section. testing out the line here. You need a lot of speed, so you don't want to go too hastily. This might not be the line either, so really just checking out, like, okay, what point should I start accelerating from? Now, confident with the line. Is it gonna reach the pole? It will. Counts the ramp, and how's the aim to the turbo? It's pretty good, and Scandier lands it. 973 meters. This is absolutely recoverable, even with one wheel off the platform. So one-shotting a lot of different tricks on this run. Now, just straight forward. Lars on floor 7, or at least very close. Elcon floor 8 at the moment, so promising. Promising times here. Now, jump works. Then to the left. Works. It might already be this plastic that gets you to 1,000 meters. You do need to line up and take speed from the very top of the plastic. And then you jump backwards, you land on this turbo, which can be a little bit scary, and then onto this beam, then around here. Need to just be patient with the line that you take here. Then you can have two different strategies. One is to go onto the beam, one is to go in a circle and take the speed instead, like that. But first needs to clear this part here. So a very, very direct line. $9.94 on the plastic. So close. But let's see if this part works. Scadir, a little bit fast, but slows down in time. And should be the 1K happening on this next jump. It's gonna be a little bit of waiting between every attempt, but honestly, I feel like it's surprising how little waiting it is. Because it almost feels like Scadir is just watching like one clip and then it's like, okay, that's what I do. And then just does it. It doesn't seem like there's, you know, the 2 minutes of like analyzing and thinking, what can go wrong, what can I do, what should I do, just goes for it. And seems to be taking the circle strategy here. Taking the speed, it should give you enough. Landing onto the platform, and there it is. 1,000 meters reached. Halfway through the tower. So Scandier has improved the personal best by a full floor on this run. Brent keeps saying that floor 9 is not that hard for the RPG legends. Yeah, this is very much like old school RPG skill set. These sort of classic tarmac sections where you do these kinds of like quarter pipe jumps and such. Trial is a map style with all these kinds of tricks. This is basically like trial or close to trial, this kind of style. Jump combinations, speed checks, narrow parts. Let's see it. Now to the pole. This has been very difficult for many players, and Scandier also will lack the speed to get through. Is there any save at all? This seems to go down all the way to floor 5 at best. And it turtles. So that's gonna be the end there. Well, are you gonna do some ice turtle save? No, come on. This is not a thing in Trackmania. Alright, yeah. Good attempt, I suppose, but... Well, did what I did there first, right? Yeah, it's been happening to so many. You need a lot of speed for that, it seems. You need to really like risk the line to get enough speed. But it was a really good run from Scadir. Getting this early session run, improving by a full floor from halfway through floor 8 to halfway through floor 9. So very solid progress already. Elcon here doesn't need to watch clips for this floor. Oh yeah, GG of the for the PB, Scrubby. Very solid progress. Speed on the direct line. No problem for Elcon. Almost back with the front runners, yeah. Many players close to floor 11 now. Lars, you, and Hazard. Simo not too far, but we'll see how the ice spin works for Simo. Here we go then, Elcon trying the same. Works out. Playing 5 hours instead of 10 a day really helps. Yeah, for sure. Like, taking days off will be like a good strat for many already, I think. Like, it's just not sustainable to do the 10-hour grind for every single day for multiple weeks. Bren also doing 1 session a day now. Elcon still grinding. Jumps up, no problem. How's the drift? Oh, a little bit suboptimal. Elcon lost at least 0.2 seconds this time. But we'll take it. It's fine. We go now. What about jump? Is it going to land? Good line, and Elcon lands it. No problem. Few more ramps. Floor 10 is close. Let's see then. Landing works, and the bug slide, the most important part. Good bug slide from Elcon. What about this ice slide? The extra ice slide Elcon is doing here. Oh, not really doing it as an ice slide this time, actually. Damn it. Well, we go into the icy wheel dirt. Keeping me on my toes. Definitely switching it up. Lars seems to have fallen as well, maybe a while ago. So Elcon now alone at the top. Icy wheels, so you can zoop on the dirt. The line pretty great, and the landing works just fine. Then the ice slide. Works well. No problem. Just getting the wheels ice free, and we go again. And the landing works. Hazard has also joined the server. So then, onto the beam, sliding up, no problem. Very consistent on this floor. Good line here as well. The jump up works just fine. Into the pool. Very brave line, but it works. And now we are on the ice spin. So Simo's personal best on those pipes that we just saw. Alcon with the spin, no problem whatsoever. Makes it work. And now up the plastic works well. So Elcon, one of the 3 players to make it through these next 2 sections. There's 3 players trying to get these down. Those are Lars, Scrappy, and Hazard. All have made it past the ice pin. But only 3 players have made it past these half pipes. So Virtual, Elcon, and Bren. Elcon multiple times today. Let's see if we get another one. Lining up, jumping on the plastic. It's a little bit off to the side this time, but maybe possible to correct the line. Gets it to the plastic, some wiggles to compensate the lost speed, and it works. Elcon getting much more consistent on everything floor 10. So here we go. Attempt number 4 of the day on this floor. First landings, they work. Then the quarter pipe. Elcon has found a new recovery way for this next quarter pipe, taking a little bit of a detour towards the beginning of the floor. But let's hope we don't need to use it. Elcon, getting the speed. What about the line? It works. First try. 1200 meters up in the air. 63%. Into the half loop. Great landing into the pool. You can just turn around on it, but there's the light. There's the light that you can clip, and you can get a slowdown from the light. So Elcon doesn't seem to want to deal with the randomness with the light there, so just goes back to the beginning of the floor instead. Happened once to Elcon and hasn't tried it since. Oh well. Keep going. Now for the tough one. Can't be too fast, can't be too slow. The lineup is what it always is. Back wheel next to the light. Elcon maybe trying to figure out exactly what to do here. It is a tricky section for sure. So landing here into the quarter pipe and then jumping all the way up. The problem is that you can jump too far and fall right down the middle. And if you're too slow, well, that's not great either. There's nothing really below that kind of a line either. We'll see how Elcon can do it this time. First landing looks to be good. What about the speed? Jumps. Tries something new. Tries to land next to the plastic. Almost saves on 410. That is an interesting idea. I understand the idea. It's a little bit higher, so you do need to be a little bit faster to get it, but like if you can hit the plastic, then that's a safe landing. So I suppose it's a run sacrificed in favor of science, but well, now we have a little bit of data on how that's gonna work. maybe there's a chance that you can manage to do that with a little bit of a different line. Hard to say. I leave it up to the players to decide. It's a good idea. It's a good idea. And honestly, Elcon has, in the last 3 hours, made it 4 times to this floor. So it seems to be consistent enough to you know, Elcon feels like he can afford to try something new and not get punished too much. He said that what he tried works, but it's full speed. Suppose that could be the next thing to go for then. That middle part of floor 11 is very punishing though. Like if you compare it to the ending part of floor 9, for example, where you always like drop down to floor 8 if you fail, well, often drop down to floor 8 if you fail. It's just like a lot. It's a lot. But Elcon, not phased, keeps climbing. Hazard also keeps climbing. And Lars. Those are the main names to watch now. Skandir, of course, also a 1000-meter player now. So, definitely worth keeping an eye on as well. Lars a bit too slow, but this looks savable. Barely high enough. Would it be possible to jump from half-pipe directly into glide on 11? Which half-pipe? The plastic half-pipe? Into glide? What's the glide? Ooh, Lars. Bit of a miscalculation with that turn. Virtual had a floor 11 attempt already today. No? Or am I mixing up days? I wouldn't be surprised. Because it's kinda... No. He did, yeah, that's what I figured. I've lost all sense of time. Currently my calendar is basically how many days into Deep 2 we are. Day 12. That's what I know. Slowdown for Hazard. These saves are so automatic at this point though. Everyone knows what to do if you get that slowdown. Floor 4, very much figured out. Hey, nice, Soini. Haven't looked into DD2 today. Is there any progress in discovering? Nope. Not really. Bren had an attempt on the water guard jump that, you know, that was something. But yeah, no one has landed the jump that Elcon reached last night. Just bought the VIP ticket for XPVO. Nice analytics. I'm probably not attending this year though, unfortunately. But it's gonna be a good time, for sure. Well, we're back to the ground floor. Hazard, the only one with Juliano, but out of the floor 10 players. Those are the only one currently on the mid floors, let's say. But Elcon, Lars, Skandir all playing as well. It's a good group of players. Elcon landed the half pipe to the beam. Do you mean the concrete half loop that we're currently trying to clear? That did not happen. So again. Elcon was just here on this jump, right? Trying to land this and then trying to land here. After this, so this has been something that Virtual, Elcon and Bren have reached. Only Elcon and Bren have made it through this section, where you need to flip onto this as a wall ride, then upside down to the plastic, then go all the way. The plastic kind of keeps your speed, so you bounce around and you slide and you fly into this pool. Both Elcon and Bren have been here, and they've also both been able to do this quarter pipe jump into this quarter pipe jump up on this beam. But then neither of them have been able to do this. Virtual has not made it to the pool, no. Virtual managed to get here. As I said, Virtual, Elcon and Bren have been here. Virtual has not been to the pool unless my information is grossly out of date, which I don't think it is. So then Bren and Elcon have been here. They've tried to land into this. They've tried to land here. Bren has made the landing here, but upside down. And there's nothing you can flip or yourself with here. Maybe on this wall somehow, but like I don't think the strategy is landing upside down. I feel like there has to be a way to land this, upright, but it's a bit tricky because this quarter pipe here, it goes like this, right? So it's going to turn the car upside down. So there needs to be some kind of flip, or maybe your wheels, maybe your back wheels need to hit this ledge so that the car kind of flips. You know, there's really nowhere else to go from here. Like, do you go here? Well, there's nothing you can do from here, right? There's absolutely nothing. And there's really nowhere else to go. Like, do you go here? There's nothing here either. So, like, this is really the only sort of rational place that you can go to. And then the map continues, like, here, and then you jump here, and then you go here. So this seems to be the way to go. And then floor 12 also begins there. So it makes sense. This is like... Everything makes sense, it's just the strats are missing. Missing pieces is the name of the floor, and I guess it fits. Favorite transition in the map, from a mapper's perspective? Oops. I don't really know. There's so many cool ones. Some of the floor 7 stuff is really cool, like the plastic upside down loop thing. That's very cool. Why inverted steering happens exactly? I mean, I don't know what the game really thinks, but usually the reason why it happens in other maps, keep in mind I haven't played this map, but usually the reason why it happens is because the game thinks that you're going forwards and then you're actually going backwards. So a lot of the time what you need to do is wait for the car to land fully on a platform, and then you can start then you can switch from forwards to backwards. It's kind of weird because you don't exactly get the backwards gear, you will still not be able to speed slide. but there's, you know, something more to it. What's your favorite floor and why is it 16? My reason why floor 16 is my favorite floor is because it took 66 years to validate. Or maybe it was 660 years, yeah, I'm not completely sure. Clipped and shipped as facts, yeah. That's so funny, my birthday is in 66 years. Uh-huh. Started in 1958, yeah. Just finished in time for the release. The mappers are not eligible for the prizes, yes. Yeah, they're still trying to validate floor 16. It's actually still not done. Would it not be possible to land on the half ramp after the block Bren landed upside down? The curvature will surely cause the car to do a full back lit and land correct. Everything is too far from the platform where you land to go there upside down. You're very, very slow upside down. I think it's absolutely necessary that you do not land upside down. There could still be a hidden finish somewhere in the floor 0 area. Hello Marthers. Has this map been finished by the creators to submit here? How long the run took? So how this is validated? It's validated with the plugin, which means that no one has legitimately completed the whole map in one go. What they did is they made a segmented run, which means that they went through every segment, every floor separately. They added the time together, and then they added like 25% to the total time for the author time, which is 54 minutes. Savable for hazard. Need to go around. You get tired of answering the same questions all day? Not really. There's always multiple people who haven't heard the answer. And some others who forgot or didn't, you know, pay attention the previous time. Have you done Easter egg hunts on 4.0? No, I haven't. Maybe I will eventually, but I haven't, literally haven't left the start line. Not tired of 66 hours validation question. Maybe at some point I will be. That one is just so, like, ridiculous, such a ridiculous rumor that is, like, obviously not true for anyone who has ever grinded anything in Trackmania. But, you know, I do understand that if you don't, like, understand the context, then it might sound believable. I'm Finnish, so pretty close to Sweden. Rem. Yeah, it's crazy twist. They actually didn't make the ending of the map entirely impossible to do within like 2 years of gameplay. It's crazy. Oh, sounds cool, Savias. Hope that works out. It doesn't seem like this will get finished this week at all. That's probably not gonna happen. Next week, it depends on the later floors. There could be something that's figured out very quickly. Like, you know, floor 10 was figured out pretty quickly. So it's not impossible that there's some floor that will be just simpler to understand. But yeah, I mean, it depends, right? Too difficult to estimate how long it will take because we don't really know what's ahead of us. Here we go. Elcon seems to have made the landing. Hazard also making the landing. Celebration. Oh no. No chatting. Only focus. Only cooking. Lars also getting to floor 7. In the ducks. Right now, lands it as well. Good run starting. No, I haven't looked into the later floors. Elcon going for this ice ledge strategy. Hazard as well, it seems. This is always so scary to do. Like, the setup for this just seems so wonky every time. Hazard. Oh, works. Some players are doing the high-speed entry strategy, which I don't really know. Seems sometimes better, but yeah, it's also sometimes goes wrong, so who knows. I think it's up to the players what they find more comfortable. Well, let's see. Hazard, Elcon, both good progress. Hazard first gets the floor 8 landing. And then Elcon, oh, I can't switch to it. But Elcon is not falling down, so I'm gonna assume that Elcon also made the jump. Yeah, there he is. Not getting the turtle though. Trying to pass Hazard, but it doesn't work. Needs to catch up now. Needs to catch up with a better turtle. Flip works out. I think Lars is a little bit behind, but good progress still. Few more sections on floor 7. Onto the beam. We can see Lars do the plastic bounce there in this small window. Almost planned out here. Both are on the beam. Elcon taking a little bit longer, but working just fine. Both making it through the bobsleigh as well. And now it's gonna be a little bit easier. Hard to switch between them when they're exactly on the same height all the time. You can click the names on the left, but it's hard to click them when there's two at the same place. Looking good though. Elcon going in. Well, second turtle for both. Elcon giving a bit of a head start because he has a faster setup for the turtle. Okay, this is something new. Who's gonna get the better RNG zoobs? Okay, it's Elcon getting through the tunnel first, but both keep it going. Looking good. Now the flip. Hazard. Very good with these climbs, honestly. Let's see then. Hazard makes the landing. Elcon makes this well. Elcon has started doing this strat where there's like this wheel clip landing, and it seems to be pretty consistent. You just need to time it well. You need to know exactly how much speed you need for it. But it's good. Hazard and Elcon both making it up the quarter pipe too. And a rare moment. A whole two players towards the blips here. Both making the jump. I think Lars has probably failed something on floor 7. Has probably needed to restart that a little bit from somewhere at least, so still working on getting through to floor 8, but Hazard and Elcon both on the final turtle. Timing the first narrow part, both get it. And the second one as well. Elcon speeding through. Trying to catch up. And once more, they both make the same section. Getting the speed. Landing. Turn around. Now to the right. Are they going to get it? Both get it. Two players at the same time into floor 9. Very solid runs here. Elcon's personal best is the current world record, tied together with Bren, and Hazard's personal best at the very end of floor 10. Both get the landing clean. Now to the turbo. Hazard gets it, Elcon gets it. So consistent. Many tricky sections on this floor for sure. Elcon lines this up on the ground, has gotten used to doing it like this. And then just making sure that the aim here is correct. Needs to have a very, very direct line towards the turbo landing. Hazard has gotten it, and Elcon gets it as well. Here's another strat difference. Elcon will go onto the beam to take speed. Hazard will just go in a circle, taking the speed there. So Hazard with a slightly faster strategy, but ultimately it doesn't really matter all that much. Hazard seems to be making the jump there. Works out Elcon as well. 2 players at the 1000 meters. Now, tricky speed check here. Jumping high. Hazard makes it. Elcon makes it. And we keep going. Now the drift line from Elcon catches up a little bit to Hazard. Oh, Elcon. A little slow, but it will get onto the turbo. Gets a lot of speed from the turbo, so it'll work just fine. And then, this might be where we see a little bit of separation of the 2 players, because this section is hard to do on first try. Usually requires a couple tries. Luckily it's very easy to retry. Also different strats here. Elcon and Hazard going on the different sides. Hazard with the high jump, Elcon with the low line. Both work. I think Elcon needs to redo this. No? Wow. Both get it first try. Elcon did have enough speed there, even with the small voltage. Good drift line from Elcon as well. So consistent. What about the final quarter 5? Both get the landing and the line onto the pole. Both land it. So we're now going together into the final part of this floor. So close to floor 10. Final landing here to the ramp. Cars floating a little bit in spectator, but both make it as well. I think this is where we might switch the player view, because Elcon is pretty fast. Pretty fast on this floor. Might be a little bit tricky to keep up. But Hazard going in. Both getting the speed. Elcon going all the way back, actually getting a little bit more speed for this. Hazard will not go just as high, but the zoop, it works. Elcon will likely show up here as well. Yeah, Elcon going directly for the ice slide, already up the hill. Hazard, a little bit of a tricky uphill line, but works well. Now the 2 can take a little bit of time getting the ice off the wheels. Well, didn't take too long actually. Both going in around the ice. Into the water. Both make it. Hazard, this time feeling like the more confident player, goes up. Getting into the dirt now. Works very well. Elcon joins as well. Now the tricky snow uphill line. All the way onto this beam. The setup is the same. Sliding up. Hazard makes it. Elcon made it as well. We keep going. Elcon going in already. We'll stick with Hazard for now. Both landing it. Both into the pool. Maybe Elcon makes it. Hazard makes it. Now a 2-person ice spin. That's what we're watching right now. Let's see. Elcon has been extremely consistent. Hazard not so much. And I think this is maybe where Hazard will need to try to do the best possible line. It doesn't quite work, unfortunately, but Hazard does land onto the dirt. This one has been tricky for Hazard. Unfortunately, Elcon will have to continue alone. It was a very good run. The sad faces in the chat, but both runs are not alive anymore. Well, Hazard, floor 6. So that unfortunately ends the run. Hazard not getting the ice slide apparently. So, well, Good attempt from Hazard still, getting onto floor 10, that Hazard hasn't been able to leave yet. That is really important. So really good consistency from both players, and for Hazard especially, getting these floor 10 tricks consistently is super important. So looking good. Well, Elcon, 5th time onto the half-pipes today. Lines it up, goes a little bit to the right in the beginning, then to the left, and then turns to the right to try to stay on the half-pipe, and it works fine. The landing, perfect. So Elcon should be getting plenty of speed here, flying back into floor 11. And indeed, Elcon, 5th time today. We go again. Tried something new before, got some new information on the big half-pipe, not the half-pipe jump, but the quarter-pipe jump before the plastic half-loop. Half-pipe, rather, but didn't quite work. Maybe Elcon is gonna try it again. Maybe we'll see something new again. Let's watch. So far, so good. First few jumps have been cleared already. Elcon lining up for the tricky one. Speed is good. Line is good. Elcon makes it first try. Now, into the loop. Landing looks very good. And Elcon will land almost too far. I would say this is Elcon's best day from what I've seen. Even like, regardless of how the rest of the day goes, is very solid from Elcon. And we go again. Might want to try the same strat as Elcon tried before. So jumping to the right and trying to land next to the plastic that players have been setting up the next trick with. So that could be the strat. Maybe just full speeding, no hesitation, just taking the line. Elcon. Just the drop down, it's good, and to the right we go, and Elcon lands it almost a little bit too far, but this strategy could be the consistent one. It is very good looking from this landing. You essentially prevent yourself from falling down all the way down, because the plastic piece is there. It is a little bit of a higher jump, but you full speed it, you're not afraid. You just go for it, you trust your car. Seems to be good, seems to work. Well, here we go again. Elcon back to the plastic. Needs to get a very good line into the wall right, then flip upside down onto the plastic. And hope that the plastic brings us all the way to the far left pool. Getting the speed. Lands a bit late. Is it still gonna work? It's very close. Oh, just a little bit short. A great attempt regardless. Well, lands onto floor 8. So the run will continue. Landed just a little bit too late on the wall. Just not quite clean enough, but it was still very close. So essentially landed kind of like here instead of super clean onto this. The air brake save was pretty great though. So yeah, I think the super clean landing, that's how you secure that you have enough speed. A little bit late, you might be a little bit too slow. That's what it looks like. Well, Elcon already back on the beam jump. Lars on to the final jumps on floor 8 as well. Looking like a good session here in many ways. The cars are floating so much in spectator right now that I have no idea how far they're going. I don't know. Can explain the air brake save. So if the car is rotating in the like front flip, back flip direction, you can press the brake and you can stop the rotation. Now Elcon with the with the reflex there to brake it so that the car lands the right way up. That is pretty great. Keeps the run going. Hazard is just AFK it seems, so while taking a break. Lars here could become the next player to reach floor 11. Has been close. Has made it to the very last part of floor 10. So maybe we're gonna see something new here as well. Let's hope. The line looks good. Landing is good. Oh, a little bit sideways movement there, but saves it. Virtual has been having a couple good days, yeah. Has been getting to 11 fairly often. Multiple times per session. I'm sure Simo will be back on the grind fairly soon, but we're at the point where everyone is starting to need a little bit of time off. A little bit of, you know, at least shorter days. You know, it's a big grind. Hazard and Elcon made it from floor 7 to floor 10 together. Synchronized. Elcon has a wall guard together with Bren. Low jump strategy, the speed is there, 231, that is very good. People are getting so much better on this jump, and I think it's the low jump that does it. That strategy seems to be very good. To be fair, Hazard is making the high jump work still. Tried the low jump, by the way. We saw Hazard try out the low jump, but couple times, couple attempts, and switched back. So Hazard seems to be more comfortable with the high jump still. Let's see then, Lars' line is good, landing is there. Very nice. So these tricky quarter pipes on floor 9 are getting much better for so many players now. Great to see. Who's your favorite to watch? I mean, Elcon is just a madman, so I suppose I suppose that's gonna be it. Lars, just enough speed, makes it to floor 10, and we have another one. Let's see. Ice Gold by Maverick, floor 10. Needs to get to the very end of this floor for a new personal best attempt. Just as a reminder, most of these players are also streaming, so if you want to check some POV POV streams instead. You can probably find those on Twitch. Not everyone streams every day and every session, but I think right now most are probably streaming. Lars getting these lines through. Needs some speed here, but looks to be very good. I'm sticking with you. I appreciate that. You are welcome, very welcome to do so. Let's see. Up we go, the snow, ice. Let's see how this progresses. Getting closer and closer to the ice bin. Elcon already back to floor 9 as well. Hazard on floor 8 still. Oh, and as I say that, Elcon falling down a long way back to the bottom. Great runs from Elcon today though. Will probably get back up. Lars jumping now into the pool and makes it as well. So we do have another ice spin attempt here. Lars has made it before, knows what to do, and Lars actually is one of the players to be able to recover this as well. So sometimes Lars will kind of decide like, okay, that wasn't the line I want, I didn't get the gear that I wanted, so then Lars might try to climb back up and try it again. That's what Lars has been doing. Not like full committing until the line works. Rip Bozo. If that's your only contribution to this channel, then yeah. Bye-bye. Alright, Lars here. Going through. Getting the ice spin started. Is the spin correct? Is it the speed there? No, it's not. And also, Icy Wheels unfortunately not letting Lars get through the next part. That is tough. But, silver lining, we are back to floor 9. I think the ice spin there was a little bit too late. I think it was a little too late. But we keep going. Lars has made the 360. Definitely doesn't happen every time. There's definitely been times where you kind of bounce the plastic there when you try to do the line and you fly all the way down. You do need to be a little bit fortunate to properly land somewhere. Low jump again, but this one clips. It's possible to recover though. Skandir making some decent progress as well, it seems. right now has to recover to the beginning of floor 7 though. Hazard has turtled here, but we'll be able to flip that. Seems to have a slowdown for Lars there on the very first quarter pipe, so this will be a redo as well. Fortunately, as difficult as this is, you can just get right back into it by doing this recovery way. It's really nice how quickly Scandier has been getting these runs going after not really playing too much for the entire weekend. I think like 3 or 4 days we didn't really see any runs at all, but already getting a very substantial personal best today. Getting into this floor here. So looking forward to seeing what the end result for this session will be. I think that was a slowdown as well, and this time Lars will not even make the jump. This will still go to floor 8. And this is the fortunate thing about floor 9, that you can fall down onto floor 8 still. There's a lot of pools, there's a lot of recovery ways. So yeah, essentially, like, the difference between getting a slowdown from this line and the difference between getting it perfectly, it's like a pretty small difference in line. And unfortunately, the slowdown just happening there. The low jump has been more consistent for almost everyone. Oh, Hazard. Hazard has unfortunately not made it through the second turtle, so that will likely end this run. I don't know if the car is moving somewhere, but moving backwards, so maybe eventually it'll fall somewhere, but you would need to be very fortunate to save this run somehow. Still though. Looking overall pretty nice. Multiple players getting to floor 10 today. Getting a lot of runs going. Scandier is going for a very slow line through here. Then it works. Just wanted to say thanks for the casting streams. It's great to have an overview and a good, knowledgeable commentator. Thank you, Envoy. No problem. I try my best. We did have Elcon on floor 11 not too long ago. Had another attempt on the pool landing there, the plastic half pipe. Didn't work. Was close, but didn't work. But Elcon has been there 5 times today, so it's a very successful session already for Elcon. Who will reach floor 12 first? I think ultimately Bren is still the most consistent, getting into floor 11, so that might be the thing. But I think Elcon has been very good at discovering new tricks. So if Elcon gets the next section figured out, it could be that Elcon goes all the way and manages to get all the way through to floor 12. I do have the organizer's permission to stream this server. The beam landing has been tricky. Scandier makes it though. Good run going. We can check in on Lars. Lars has made it back to floor 9 now. Closer to floor 10 now. How difficult are the remaining levels? We'll see. Hard to say. But the assumption is that they will be harder than the current ones. Depends on your skill set as well. Like floor 10 is very difficult for some, but it hasn't been very difficult for someone like Elcon, for example. Lars Cleanline. Some makes it all the way and not streaming, but you cast them. Will it count? No. They need to stream themselves. The entire full run needs to be streamed. And I'm very unlikely to stream your full run, because I don't really look at the floor 0 people. Let's see, another 1,000-meter run here. Really good line. Landing works. You're a floor 0 people. It's okay, Nico. I'm sure you can climb. The line looks pretty good. And we get back to this jump. No world record progress today yet. Elcon was able to do world record last night. Was it even last night? I'm losing sense of time. Anyway, Bren and Elcon still trying to figure out the part after the one section after the plastic halfpipe on floor 11. About 2/3 through floor 11 right now. When a DP player setting up for a jump asks, is first gear enough here? Is he referring to the max speed? Or does he mean the gear itself for some reasons? Depends on the surface. Lars, again, the slowdown. Oh, back to the pole we go. Really having trouble with that setup right now. For some reason. But the recovery well, fortunately is right here, right? Not really finding the line right now, but... Well... We have another player pretty close to that section as well. Maybe we'll get the first attempt here. Skadir did get personal best not too long ago on floor 9. Hasn't made it quite to that section yet, but could be getting there now. So, about the gears, it depends on the section and it depends on surface, for example. On ice, for example, it can be extremely important that you have the correct gear, because if you get a gear shift during an ice slide, for example, that might completely like throw you off the track. So it can cause a slide out, and then you might just lose the run entirely. So sometimes it's very important, sometimes not very important though. The progress from Skandir has been really impressive today, yeah. Figuring out all these tricks today. Now, trying to get them again. Lands in, and it will stay on the turbo. And makes it to the plastic as well. Getting the speed over the turbo onto the beam. Hazard is turtled. Probably not going to really save this run, I don't imagine. Lars, already back to floor 9 as well. Here we go. Skandir getting the landing. And this is Skandir's personal best jump. This one is the one to land. Here we go. The line looks better. We'll get the landing this time. And it is a new personal best. Hasn't been to this point before, so now I think it's time to discover some new sections for Skandir. Probably checking some clips, looking at VODs, figuring out what exactly to do next. Lars here, making good progress as well. Nice landing there. Moving now. We'll just jump this safe. First time doing these jumps, so you don't want to risk it too much as you know, these experienced floor 9 players are risking those. Lars now, we can see on the side landing works, and we'll make it to the next section. Small horn there saying hello. Skandir unfortunately probably looking at clips right now, but Lars makes it yet again and now needs to figure out what exactly to do here. This has been a problem on this run. Skandir, he's trying now. I think we will check it with Lars though first. Again, it seems a little bit slow, but maybe this time it works. I think the speed is enough. Yeah, Lars nails it. It looked like Lars went a little maybe too high on that jump, but it works out still. It could be also spectating, because sometimes the cars are kind of floating when you're just like watching them like this. Well, Skandir has made it as well. We're gonna checking with Lars first. Trying to get back to floor 10 now. The landing. Very much on the edge of the pole, but it works out. Lars is through. A couple more jumps then. And the landing. Great. Lars through to floor 10 now. And here. Seems to be lining up for the hazard line. I think Skandir might be watching the lines from hazard, because this is the setup that only hazard is using now. It might be the harder line, to be fair. There's a reason why a lot of players have switched to the low jump line. But it works if you're able to do it. So I suppose we shall see. It is a personal best already for Skandir. It's already a personal best run. This one is one where you do want to watch the clips carefully though. One of the hardest jumps of floor 9. Fairly recoverable, fairly practicable. But a difficult one. I do wonder if Skandir is going to try... Okay, alright, Skandir switches the strat, goes for the low jump line after all. Was looking like it's gonna line up for the hazard line, but yeah, it's gonna be this one. Server chat is on, it's just no one's saying anything. Everyone's grinding, you know? Let's see then, the low jump. Jumps a little bit too far to the left, and this will fall down to the same pool we've seen Lars fall down onto a few times before. Recoverable, you can get back, but that is the first try. We'll get better and better with practice. Kind of needs to go through the same, 20, 30 attempts that everyone else has gone through. Lars now the icy wheels, the dirt, and lands it. Hazard's run is pretty much dead, yeah. Turtled on floor 8 with really nothing to fall onto. Ice Slide works. So indeed, Hazard is right here. There's really nothing that we expect to happen there. Scandier falling down all the way, so has made some mistake on floor 8, unfortunately. Still a second personal best run for Scandier, so that is still very promising. And Lars looking to get another attempt at the ice spin. And especially at the end of the floor. But the ice spin has been a little bit of a problem still. A little bit of a shaky line there, so Lars will redo this one. So when we talk about world record, we generally care about progression through the map. The height doesn't really matter. So Virtual has reached pretty good heights on the map, but Elkon and Bren are 2 sections ahead. The floors kind of go up and down, so let's see now. Lars timing the spin. Oh, but slides out a little bit. Is this recoverable? It will be. Very fortunate extra spins there. Very fortunate. And now we'll be able to try floor 10 again. Not quite getting the spin timing well enough. Just needs to redo this, but the line here... Oh no... Lars... Floor 7, perhaps? No. Floor 6, well, that's a landing. Landing to the very end of floor 6 with that landing. Looks very calculated. One of the most stylish beam landings we've seen so far. But it is quite far, of course, from this part. Now Hazard here has fallen down the downhill. I don't really know what we expected to happen here, but the car will probably go all the way down, so not all that much to see here, I think. The run will probably not continue from that floor at the very least. Back to floor 7. Not the worst. Not the best either. Of course, you would always want to get to the ice spin whenever you get to floor 10, but still, has been getting there a couple times today, so good practice at the very least. Elkon as well. Excellent, excellent session for Elkon. Made it to floor 11 5 times today. Found some new strats as well. Found a new way to land the high jump just before the plastic halfpipe, landing a little bit more to the right, even though it's higher. There's a plastic, the red plastic beam that kind of stops you from falling all the way down to the middle. So, Elkon making some progress, maybe not in terms of improving the personal best or the world record, but finding maybe more consistent strategies for the earlier parts on floor 11. Hello, Marso. Lars so close to landing, but gets a recovery. Back to floor 6. Still a lot of players trying to get those runs going again. We just saw many good attempts. Hazard on floor 10 not too long ago. Lars on floor 10 not too long ago. Elkon on floor 11 not too long ago. Scandier on floor 9 not too long ago, which was a new personal best run as well. So it seemed like yesterday not that much happened overall. There were a couple of players who managed to do good personal best, like Virtual for example. But last night was kind of like uneventful in many ways for many players. But today it's been looking much better. So many more runs going further and further. This should be savable. Lars will be able to retry the lines here. But unfortunately, maybe a little bit of loss of focus there. That is not, unfortunately, the right line. Lars all the way back to the bottom. Then it's gonna be Elkon. Elkon, the next player to follow. Yo, Jacob. It's going well. It's a great day. What about you? No one cleared yesterday's jump, that's true. We're still waiting for the water guard to progress. But in order for the water guard to progress, we need to start getting more and more people into floor 11 more often. So in that regard, we are moving forward. Hazard's run, I don't think there's probably not much that will happen here. We'll fall down here. Suppose we can watch Elkon from here, though. Waiting for Hazard. I don't even know if this car is moving anymore, is it? It is. Oh well, it's gonna fall soon. Any moment now, but I truly do not think there's much that can happen. Gonna go to floor 5 at best, possibly to the bottom. Oh well, something. Default movement king. Elkon probably in the water now, so we should be able to see Elkon in just a moment again. Fly somewhere here. There he is. And Hazard. Is it still moving? Surely it's still moving, right? Did it get stuck here? Really? I think it actually got stuck here. Really? Alright. Whatever. Alright, let's go to Elkon then. Not even falling down. Not even getting that satisfaction. That is very anticlimactic. Video game. Not being friendly at all. Does that go off forward? I don't know. I'm not sure how these work. Bren and Elcon have cleared the plastic slide into the water pool on floor 11. Virtual has tried a couple times, hasn't yet managed. Going onto the dirt there to dry the wheels. So you get wet wheels from the pool and the dirt gets rid of them immediately, so you don't need to wait. Closer to floor 7 now. Teke would have been great for sure, if Teke wasn't a mapper. Elcon seems to be very comfortable with floor 6 right now. Really just running through it. I'm pretty sure that even after the competition there will be a few players slash streamers who will want to complete the map, even if there's no prizes left anymore. Virtual definitely one of them. Have probably one of them as well. Lars as well. But of course, like those, you know, Virtual and Lars especially are far enough now that they definitely have a chance for the prizes too. Hello Ramos. Who do you see joining the top 3 or 4 guys from the mid-pack? Well, Scandier has been one to follow. Probably top 9, I think. Maybe top 8 at the moment, but that's mainly because of lacking in playtime. Mara could also climb back towards floor 10 pretty soon. We'll see. But when did I do that, Sigfason? I literally just said that both him and Lars have a very good chance for the prizes. Ave has been to, I think, floor 6. Probably not to floor 7 just yet. But Have has the water guard on Deep Dip 1. And has also had the water guard on other similar maps. Climbing maps, tower maps. Do you know anything about the remaining floors in terms of style? Well, we haven't really looked. We're gonna discover those with the players. Hard to say. But I know the mapping styles of many of those mappers, like Viro and Whiskey. And it could be something very dank, or it could be some very tough, like more traditional stuff. We will see. Very good players, all of the mappers at the top. Elcon again at the end of floor 7. Line is good. Landing is good. Makes it again. Any top players not on the streamer server besides virtual? Scrappy was playing, also not on the server before, but has also been playing on the server. Might be some others too, like, we don't really know, right? Like, there's really no way to know if they're not streaming and if they're, you know... So it could be that sometimes these guys are doing some more casual sessions, you know, just in solo, trying to get some runs going. Wosile hasn't been seen in a few days, that's true. I just checked the segmented versions of what has been released so far. There's been the official versions of Floor 0 to 4, and I think they just released Floor 5 as well. So Wosile has some pretty good runs on those, but I don't know if Wosile maybe doesn't want to, after all, commit to the full grind. I'm pretty sure that, like, we've seen the best players, though. I don't think there's anyone who has been, like, completely radio silent from the very beginning. Just grinding. That's probably not the case. Watch Hazard. Is that enough? Not moving. The car is there, and it will stay there. Epic, yeah, I know. Elcon through the second turtle now. Needs to get the turtle going again on the other side. Does it just fine? Now the flip. Gets it. We keep going. Elcon, though, doesn't get the line, but there's a recovery here. Elcon gonna visit Hazard here, looks like. A little bit of a detour. We go say hi.
Let's go, Elcon!
Greetings have been exchanged. We keep going. Second try at the turtle now. Looks to be fine. Let's see. Elcon does not have a new personal best yet. Has got many floor 11 attempts today, but hasn't made any world record progress. Here we go again. Line is better. Grass landing works just fine. PB height maybe, but we mostly care about the progression. Good landing has been doing this common strategy in this section here. And then we go again, ask for some blessings for this run. Let's hope everything here works out. Good landing. Very clean line. Off the beam though, very early, goes backwards. Where is this gonna fall? There is a platform below, luckily. Okay, well that's something. Looks like there's a pretty simple recovery path here. That was very surprising. Wasn't really prepared for that. But it looks like you will be able to... Well, it's a bit of a scary jump. But I suppose that's gonna be it, right? You take... speed. You take speed and you jump. Where is it gonna go? Hard to say. It's a pretty steep jump. Just goes for it. Goes well. Here we go then. Works. And we're going through. Seems to work. Keeps the turtle going. Makes it work. Yo. So, Annie, thanks so much for another gift sub. Very much appreciated. Elcon. Once again. To the grass. Works. Kandir has left the server, so maybe either continuing in solo or maybe calling it a day. Has made really good progress today. Either way, so not too bad. Good landing from Elcon. Enjoy, Jack. Hello, Cortec. Not too much like progression has happened. There's some new personal bests for some players, like Skandir, Scrappy. But ultimately, World Record is where it was last night as well. There we go then. Elcon again through, and now just needs to be a little bit more careful with the turtle. Okay, that works. As long as the turtle keeps going. Stays on the beam this time, and now for these narrow parts. That works as well. We're close to floor 9. Virtual is still 2 sections behind Elcon and Bren. Has made really good progress though, in these last 2 days. Here we go. Getting the speed. Landing, jump to the right. Here we go. The elevator strategy from Elcon. We go again. I feel like we see this floor so much. I feel like we're always here somehow. But been going pretty well for Elcon. Potentially taking a bit of a break. Well, Lars also doing pretty nicely. Alpha moving now. Trying to get those runs going. Lars has been doing pretty well today too, getting some floor 10 attempts, but unfortunately not yet reaching floor 11 Elcon. Has made it multiple times, so maybe we're seeing another one here. Jumping through. Lars falling down just as we mentioned him. Line looks very good here. On the turbo. Which floor is the best design so far in your opinion, and by which criterias? It's really difficult to rank them because I feel like every floor is kind of diverse, very different. So like there's some floors that are based around pathfinding and some floors that are very clear in terms of where the route goes. But then the tricks are like more difficult to execute, for example. So it's really difficult to compare them. Alcon, good line here. Makes it into the next part. 1000 meters now. No problem, Aurelius. I'm not 100% why Elcon is lining up, you know, on the plastic part, before the plastic, on the flat ground, but it's probably easier to set up the line on the flat ground rather than on the plastic. Of course, you could turn around on the plastic and then go back to the flat ground, but, you know, I don't know, ask Elcon. It's not like either strategy is like easier or harder, really. Clean line here. Good speed. The line up works as well. And we go through. One of these situations now where Elcon is 8 floors above everyone else. We don't really count Hazard because Hazard's run is over. Just on a break. How is the landing going to look? Very much on the edge, but works. Floor 3 is very cool. Down we go. Landing. Jump up. Works. Elcon. Bug sliding into floor 10. One more time. Maverick's floor. Then, in true Elcon style, I think we're just gonna go and do everything very quickly. Landing first, lining up to the ice, no problem. No one ever makes the turn first try. The issue there is that when you go around the ice, the very first ice part, you actually don't get very high icy wheels. The percentage accumulates over time, so when you back up to the ice and stay at the top for a little bit, you get higher percentage icy wheels. So it's not that they are, you know, unable to, like, do the strat, they just don't have the wheel state to do it on the first try. So they have to go back and take higher percentage icy wheels. Oh, Virtual did it a few times? Okay, I guess you can get enough if you go high enough there. But it seems, you know, like it's maybe unnecessary risk at this point on floor 10. I mean, if you can make it work, why not? What do you think? How big are the chances that we will not see much from floor 14 plus? Because players might go dark? I think it's possible for some players, but some players will definitely stream if they get there. It really depends on who it's gonna be. Let's go then. Onto the dirt. No worries. Sliding up. Unnecessary risk is Elcon's second name. Okay, fair. Maybe Elcon just doesn't know that it's gonna be enough percentage. Let's go then. Jumping up into the pool. Looks great. Perfect line. Do not lose any time in the pool. Goes right into the spin as well. Setting it up. Lining it. Oh, but a rare mistake from Elcon. That is very, very, very rare. A little bit too early on the spin. Will eventually land on floor 6 like we saw Lars do a little bit earlier. But yeah. Very close to getting it, but the plastic bounce there, very punishing. Just slightly too early on the spin. But, you know. At the same time, it is a very difficult trick, of course. Elcon is just god gamer on ice. So we see it as like something unexpected simply because of this guy's skill set. Well, still, getting another floor 10 attempt. Very, very solid day from Elcon. I do not know what this is though. That was the second time Elcon has done this. Maybe just like not really sure how to save this line. Because there is a way to save it, but I don't know. Maybe lag, maybe something else. Who knows? Well, back to the bottom we are either way. It would be very rare to get inverted steering like this, but I guess it's possible. Is that inverted steering? Okay. That seems very rare on a section like that, but... well... that's what it's gonna be then. Good video game. Well, Elcon is pretty good at these earlier floors today, so we're gonna see some progression there. Mada definitely has the skill set to catch up. Has been actually on a really good pace in the first 6 floors. So, I think we could see some catch up from Mada pretty soon. Has made it to floor 8. So, we'll see. I don't think Elcon failed the ice spin because of lack of patience. The setup was correct. Elcon just missed the timing for the spin. Wasn't really about doing things too fast or not doing things carefully enough. It was just, you know, just doing the spin a little bit early. Will you keep streaming every day, even if it would take 2 or 3 months to complete the map? I haven't thought that far, and I don't really want to think that far. I'm just going like day by day, you know? But at this point, I'm very invested. very invested in like documenting all this stuff. Hello Hege. I feel like today we're winning. It's been a session without any new water guards, but at the same time, we've had so many floor 11 attempts, so many floor 10 attempts. It's been pretty good. It's kind of necessary that at some point the world record progression kind of stagnates, and at the same time more and more players are getting towards like the top guys. Do you think Have will hunt for world record on this one also? I guess you can ask Have, but I would imagine. It seems like Have enjoys running these tower maps. The thing is that, you know, we might look at this and say like, oh, this is not possible to speedrun. You know, this is completely ridiculous. Like, in almost 2 weeks, we've only made it to 11 floors, right? But remember that when the map is finished, when the competition is done, there will be a checkpoint version. And when the checkpoint version is released, you will get so much more efficient practice on everything. You can figure out pixel lineups for everything on the map. You can go into the editor, try everything out, and that will be just like 1 week, and people will do this map like fairly consistently at that point. The efficiency of practice is such a huge deal. And the problem right now on floor 11 is that we're not getting efficient practice. We're only getting there like once an hour at best. So that's the issue. It will be fixed when the competition is over, when this challenge of clearing it from the bottom, getting all the way to the top on this map. When that's done, then, you know, the checkpoints and you know, separate floors and everything will help a lot. So again, about the FPS thing, I will say this again, I've said it before, I'll say it again. I am a tournament organizer in Trackmania. I've organized many different competitions that involve custom servers, sometimes with very heavy, you know, customization as well. So I've been through setting up competitions like this one. The unfortunate fact about Trackmania is that individual people have individual issues on servers. Sometimes there can be a player with the highest end gear, the best internet connection, and they will still struggle with disconnects, they will still struggle with FPS. It's not that simple as saying like, oh, here we go, best FPS joining server, because that's not how Trackmania works. That is not how this whole thing works. So don't assume that it is like as linear as you intuitively might think it is. We've had to deal with so many problems. There's even been issues where some player, for completely inexplicable reasons, cannot even join a server. They are unable to connect to the server, and we've tried to fix it for like 3 days straight, and we haven't found out why that is. This game is just weird sometimes when you organize this kind of stuff. So just so you know. Trackmania, video game. And it's up to you if you believe what I just said. You probably should, but it's up to you. Trackmania is a video game, that's true. What type of Trackmania tournament did you organize? Well, probably the most complex one we did was Time Hunters. Some might remember that one from a couple years back. And then we've done other smaller tournaments as well. Haven't really been to like the server crew on a lot of other competitions that I've organized, but I've had to, you know, hear about the problems from the people who have organized the servers on those. And it's painful every time. Timo is taking a day off as far as I know. Even my Wii laptop with way below average specs can handle public servers on this map. Yeah, but that's the thing. It's not really hardware related exactly. That is not the only part of the equation. Of course hardware matters, but like the game is weird. As I mentioned, sometimes it just seems like it's inexplicable. There's some problem that just seems extremely individual and it's extremely hard or impossible to fix. There's really no huge issues with playing the map off the server anyway, you know? Still the same map, still the same grind. You managed to raise music volume right now? I'm so annoyed how low it is compared to another streamer. I want us to hear the car sounds though. Is it really that low? I feel like it's been like this the entire time. Didn't even notice there was music. Oh. It is very audible to me. Pretty good level? Yeah, okay. Now the car sounds I haven't touched in like months, so I'm not really sure. Raise all the volumes, yeah. Sounds great. About the FPS thing, is the problem only on multiplayer and online sessions, or does it happen to random people even offline? It's mainly an issue on servers, but it can be sometimes like loading times, for example, can be fairly like individual as well, for example. But in solo it's much more consistent usually. Like less issues in consistent. Let us see now. Oh yeah, for sure, Yana. And also, like one thing that I'm struggling with is that I went to build a Shootmania map, which is like a 10-year-old game, right? And it's not being developed anymore. And there's like a new bug with AMD hardware specifically, where like calculating shadows for a map is like 20 times slower than it used to be. And when you're creating maps in that game, like now it's taking, usually it was like, you know, 1 minute or something to get the shadows calculated. Now it's like an hour. Also, guys, I would appreciate if you weren't using this chat to talk shit about any other streamers or players or stuff like this. It's understandable to talk about the competitors and talk about the progress and everything else. But like, using this like as a platform to just complain about some other people, I do not appreciate that. No new world records just yet today. Man, I hate that Ville guy. Oh, hey, that's fine. That's fine because I'm here, you know. I'm here to defend myself. I can say that. Well, what do I say? I don't know. I don't really have an answer. Actually, give me a couple days to prepare. Okay, I'll come up with something. Man, I love that Villa guy. Okay, that balances out. I appreciate you. Elcon climbing again. Lars climbing again. You're here to cast, not defend yourself. Fair, fair. So, you know. Sometimes you need to do both. Let's see now, like, there's a lot of questions about, like, what's the progression and, like, how long it will take to get to X floor and how long it will take to finish the map. But the simple thing is that we just don't, unfortunately, have any idea. Because it really depends how the later floors are figured out. Right now, what's stalling the progression a lot is because we don't know what to do on floor 11. There's been so many tricks on floor 11 that require a lot of, like, experimentation and so many just attempts to understand what doesn't work. So that's really the problem right now. So if the next floors are gonna be simpler, if they're gonna be easier to understand, that could mean that, you know, someone like Elcon or Bren will just clear half of it on like one try. And then we're making a lot of progress. So hard to estimate. It could be that floor 11 is the slowest one to like understand. But we'll see. Yo Insta, thank you. Just getting to each floor is getting longer. Of course, yeah. What I'm saying is that there might be more progression on the later floors still. Because let's say that, you know, people figure out how to do this floor 11 stuff pretty soon. Maybe it's gonna be fairly consistent. Like Elcon has found a new strat for the high jump today, right? Elcon had to spend 2 attempts to it to get the line correct. But on this jump, right? Elcon jumping to the right side, even though it's higher, the plastic here prevents you from falling. So Elcon tried it twice, made it work the second time, and I think this jump will be the go-to strat now. So it could be much more consistent. So now we've eliminated like one way to fail this, right? One way to fall down. So these kind of like strat sort of improvements will happen, and then floor 11 in a week might be like fairly consistent, fairly easy. Anna Kremling also playing deep dip. Oof. Everyone's playing deep dip. Feels. Lars has had trouble with this tunnel. Let's see how it works. Starting this ice slide pretty far, but I guess it's to not go too close to the turbos with an accidental line. Oh, now we're going though, and no, it's not gonna work again. I do wonder if Lars might want to try out the other strategy. There's two two ways to do this. One is that you take speed, you go pretty fast, and it's scary, but you turn sideways and you just don't touch anything. So you go sideways, and then you just hope that the line is very, very centered, so you don't hit these sides and get some weird bounces. The other strat that Lars has been doing is the setup next to the plastic and start an ice slide, and then hope that that goes through. You have to wonder if maybe Lars will try that out as well. I don't think Anna is on the server, guys, so not possible to spectate that one. Now, I would be surprised if Anna Kremling won Deep Dip 2, honestly. But you know, you can clip that and maybe it'll happen and... Elcon, back to floor 6, still climbing. You're going to win Deep Dip 2 after you download the game. Good. No trash talking the runners. I'm sorry. My bad. Didn't mean to discourage anyone. Mario's also playing. Mario's an old school player. Very solid sort of general skill set as well. Seems to be doing pretty well. I think the personal best still on floor 5 though. Getting towards floor 6. Now the reason why I'm actually spectating everyone here while I'm casting is I'm just like absorbing all the strategies. I know everything, alright? And then when every strat is figured out, I'm just gonna one-shot the map quickly before anyone else. That's the strat. It'll work. Just wait for it. My personal best is still on the start line of the map, but I'm hoping to make a lot of progress eventually. No new world records, not yet. I think realistically, in one session I would maybe make it like halfway through floor 2 at best. We'll see though. I'll put in a few sessions and we'll see how far we can get. Knowing the strats will definitely help, but like the mechanical execution, it's always so much harder than it looks. Alright, I'm not taking any risks here. Bye-bye. Someone didn't read the channel rules. And we keep watching Alcon. I need some temporary mods. I think you know what the problem is? It's that my mods are great and perfect, but their sleep schedule is not degen enough. They like have lives or something. That's the issue right now. Are they even mods then? They are. They do so much like website stuff, and like we host mapping competitions and stuff where they've created like really cool ways to judge the maps and everything. And they've coded the bot we have on the channel and everything else. Map requests work through the bot and they're super great. They are wonderful, but they do sleep when I stream often. It's okay, I'll figure something out. A lot more people here than usual during the dip, that's true. It's okay, I'll sort this out off stream. We will do it. Yo, Phil, thank you for the 5 gifted. Good to see you, appreciate you. Thank you very much. Hope you're doing well. Elcon on the beam. Whatever you do, don't mod Tato. Maybe I'll mod you instead. Okay, Elcon. Like, that's supposed to be one of the easiest jumps on this floor. Oh god. I feel like Elcon just wants to make things more interesting a lot of the time. Well, works out. Back to turtling. Let's see then. All that you need here is the timing. Wait for the car and go. Well done. And we go through. Elcon Hazard 1v1. I don't think it was a 1v1. It was more like co-op mission, yeah? Working together. More so than a competition. We're getting more and more players on the higher floors now. Lars and Hazard still playing. What do you think of the possibility of mappers releasing official VODs for Ever4 to speed up progress? I feel like two things should never happen. One is that there should never be a practice floor for like the last 3 floors, which is also what the organizers have said they're not gonna do. So the last 3 floors, 14, 15 and 16, will not have a practice floor until after the event. I think that's good, so that there's like prestige in being forced to discover those on your own, being forced to like learn those on the full map. And the other thing that I think is important is that there's no practice floors for floors that haven't been cleared yet. I feel like that's almost like the players sort of, like if we think about this like players versus the map. I feel like if the players need a practice floor for a floor that no one has cleared yet, that seems like the players kind of lose. And I'm rooting for the players, so I'm against that kind of a thing. I do believe that the players have the motivation. They are motivated and skilled enough to do this challenge, but we just need to be patient. They will do it. Oh, now it's 66 minutes. Hey, that might be more accurate. Crowdsource modding? Interesting thought. Elcon into the final jumps of floor 8 now. Turning around. And this big jump here has been tricky sometimes. Is it gonna work? Looks great. Elcon through floor 8. Which place modding? Sounds like the worst idea ever on this platform. Elcon and Bren still have a tight world record. About 2/3 through floor 11. Still waiting for the world record to improve today. Elcon has been getting very good runs into floor 11, but not quite world record runs. Did you know that the map was finished since November, but we just had to wait for floor 16 to be validated? Oh, well, this is coming from one of the mappers here. Of this floor, actually, so it must be true. "66 seconds to validate." Yeah, that's a speedrun. Here we go. We are through. Floor 16 stuff will never end. True, 1958 when they started validating. Yo, Samovar, good to see you. Let's see Elcon here on the turbo. Oof, shaky line, but good reflex there. Good recovery. What's the status on core? We're working on it. I don't have a super great answer. We're still working on everything. TNRA right now, mainly. Trying to solve problems that no one has to deal with in this game. Elcon to the quarter pipe, 1000 meters in the air. I would be allowed to show the higher floors with the free camera, and the players can check those out as well with the free camera here, but we're choosing not to take a sort of detailed look into those. We'll keep going with the players and discover those tricks when we get there. Elcon with the slowdown that we've seen a couple times. Is there a recovery? Good landing. Very fortunate to get this landing. Gets back to floor 8. That is a rare landing as well. SMB, thanks so much for the gift subs to Jumper. That's the floor 16 66-hour validator. Oh, this looks risky. Is this gonna work? I mean, makes sense. You skip the turtle. I don't know if this is doable. Ah, no. Elcon. Turtle it is. We'll see, Rioter. Could be a possibility. Oh yeah, okay. Now I understand. So jumper 471, the number just means how many players, how many generations of players were needed to finish floor 16 for the first time. So jumper 471, there's 470 generations of players before that. So how many years is that, roughly? At least 3. It's been a few few millennia. We do have the 900th gen Simo. That's true. That could help. About 12,000 years. For 12,000 years, they've been trying to. Well, I don't know. Something like that. They have been trying to validate the floor 16. Kind of makes sense, yeah. God damn it. Sounds rough. Difficult floor for sure. Here we are again then. Back to floor 9. Nails the landing. I'm not even the one who started this. I don't know where this is coming from. I feel like people are saying that they heard it directly from you, but I feel like we're, you know, so deep in this whole thing that no one really understands what is happening. Maybe people are just making things up to make it more like hype. No, so it's definitely not true, though. The 66 hours, just to be clear, that is not how long it took to validate 16. Anyway, we go back. Elcon, same jump now. Tricky one to get the speed for. Still waiting for the wall record to improve. Maybe this could be the run, but needs to clear all these. Oh, just enough speed and makes it clear. No problem. Back to the turbo. Here we go. Landing. Works. Elcon even slowing down quite a bit before the landing, but I suppose it's fine. Now to the downhill. Up. Lands it. No problem. Elcon has been making this super clean today. Not getting the drift though. Not getting the optimization drift. Looking good. Line is clean. Elcon once more. Close to floor 10. Getting the landing now, and it works fine. Sliding in. As we've seen before as well. Then the icy wheels. getting a lot of speed, sliding in, and it looks like a good jump here. Ice slide is clean, it looks like. Let's see now. Sliding around through the dirt into the water. And the line is good. Really just waiting for Elcon to get to the final parts here. Hasn't had big issues with these sections here. Speed looks good. Now into the pool. Works fine. Elcon did fail this ice spin last time. Certainly knows what to do though, just needs to time it a bit better, and this one works great. No problem there. We keep going. Onto the dirt, into the half pipes. Let's see if Elcon can get this run going. Just this plastic landing here looks great. No. For the half pipes, good lineup here. Should stay on the ice for sure. Now the plastic landing looks very good. Could make it to floor 11 here. Bouncing up, and there we go. Let's see how far this goes. Has been here so many times before. Seems to be a normal run for Elcon at this point. Gets the first few landings. Has been an eventful day. Elcon is the only player from this evening session though to make it to floor 11. Hazard, Lars have had some floor 10 attempts, but Elcon, only guy here doing these consistent floor 11 attempts. This one is number 6 in these last, well, 6 hours. So, very good consistency, but the progression of the world record, that is still missing from this session. Very difficult floor. So far so good though. Elcon making it now to the big jump. So now needs to try this new strategy again. I think we'll see Elcon go for the right side landing where it's a little bit higher, but at the same time you are guarded by the plastic, the red plastic on the right side, so you're less likely to fall down. First landing, it works. Elcon jumping to the right. So close, but maybe releasing a little bit too much there. Well, fortunately, lands down onto floor 10. Not too far. That is pretty fortunate. Might get to try that again. Doesn't seem to be a full speed line, probably just needs to get the muscle memory for that. That was the third attempt. It's worked once. It's failed twice. Misses the slide here, maybe making it through. Wow. Good reaction from Elcon, starting this other side ice slide immediately there. Hasn't really struggled with this snow uphill. Maybe taking it a little bit too slow this time, but now going in. Still not getting it for some reason, and this time it's not going to work. I'm kind of unsure what exactly went wrong there, but Elcon will fall all the way down. Good try, good try. Hazard meeting Elcon down here. Here they are. This is how it goes. Well, we keep going then. Can you tell us a little about the top players? Still gonna need to Trackmania, and only know these players from Deep Dip. Are they all esports players? So, Bren and Elcon have played on the highest competitive stage of Trackmania, the Trackmania Grand League. Both of them have been playing for a pretty long time on the competitive top level, but now there's like a little bit of this year. There's a little bit of a different system. There's like community tournaments. It's a very different thing than it was before. It used to be like a 2 versus 2 format for a while. Before that, it was just like a solo format. And yeah, Bren is a world champion at the moment as well, from last year. Elcon has won a lot of tournaments, like the Mudgy Mondays tournaments. Elcon won Time Hunters a couple of years back that I was a part of organizing. Very, very good player on like ice especially, and full speed. Elcon has a very diverse skill set. It seems like Elcon calling it a day. Honestly, it was a good session for Elcon, just for getting so many attempts on floor 11. So then, Bren also has a very strong like RPG background, has some really good records on like whenever there's like some pipe map with a lot of these like pipes that we have on floor 10, for example. I feel like Bren is always there at the top, has like super good speed on those, has been playing for I don't know how many decades at this point, but probably has like tens of thousands of hours in the game. Very, very experienced player. More experienced than Elcon probably. Elcon is pretty young, but both of them have a pretty good competitive history. Hazard and Scandier have an RPG background as well, so they have a really good background of playing these kinds of maps where you have these like tricky jumps and quarter pipes and pipe sections and this kind of stuff. Both of them very solid background in there. Then we have like, you know, Virtual, Scrappy, who have been professional Trackmania streamers for a pretty long time. Scrappy has also played on a very high stage in the competitive scene. Virtual hasn't really, but Virtual has a strong like world record hunting background. Has been you know, playing RPG a lot as well. So Virtual skill set, a lot of overlap with this kind of a map as well, for sure. Simo has an old school trial background, also very good at Kaki, regarded often as the best Kaki player, so has experience in finishing very, very difficult maps. But Simo's skill set is a lot in the older game, Trackmania Nations Forever, so missing a little bit of like experience on things like plastic and ice and stuff like this. Lars also a very strong RPG background, so does excel at this exact stuff. Has been playing these kinds of maps for a long time. Especially hunting a lot of like longer RPG maps, like half an hour, hour-long maps. What makes an RPG map? A lot of the time, like, it's hard to define exactly. Usually you just, like, know it when you see it. But usually the flow of the map is a little bit like... There's a lot of these kinds of sections where you need to go, like, a lot slower or a lot faster than on other maps. So basically you have, like, a lot of switches in the speed that you have. You have a lot of, like, jumps and these kind of sections that are not really calculated fully for the player. The player needs to sort of figure out their own way to like, make the map flow, make the map, like, work. And there's a lot of pathfinding. Often, it's not really a necessity. You don't have to have pathfinding for an RPG map to make it a RPG map, but it's often the case. Like, there's often, like, a puzzle that you sort of need to solve. Trial, essentially, is just, like, harder, similar tricks. So, like, Trial, you can sort of reductively say that it's just harder RPG maps, usually with no pathfinding aspect as well. RPG is a very old term, and it probably comes from the fact that a lot of the early maps with this kind of style also included some kind of a story, you know, some theme, some sort of immersion, you know. Mara also has been playing for a very long time. Full speed, master, very good on many different surfaces, and especially hunting, grinding these kinds of long grinds. Like Deep Fear, you might have heard of the sub 10. And then has also played on the highest stage of competitive Trackmania too. Has excelled there as well. Kaki maps are like adjacent to like RPG and Trial, like there's similar elements to them. But the difference is that Kaki maps are generally pretty short. And like, you know, 20-30 seconds long, maybe even less. And often there's like glitches, abusing some, you know, weird mechanics and, you know, doing some weird stuff in the map editor. And oftentimes they require luck to finish. Or the precision needed is just like not something that anyone can consistently do. This seems a bit too slow. Teki is a mapper, but the mappers can play. They just can't show any new tricks or any undiscovered sections. Okay, I will get some hydration at this point again. We'll see if Hazard can get some runs going, maybe Lars as well. I'll be back in just a minute or two. Okay. Oh yeah, I just went to build level 16. Trying to get it done before the players reach that. Taking all these short breaks to make some progress there. Is the bot dead? Bot also taking a break? Is Red still here, maybe? Bot is good. Oh. Thank you. Saving from hazard. Happy birthday, Yuri. Enjoy, enjoy. What if mappers could build maps real time? There's a new plugin called Map Together, where you are able to build maps on at the same time in the editor. So it's not far from being able to build a map that someone else is simultaneously playing, but it's not how it works, unfortunately. So you can have multiple people simultaneously place blocks, and you can see the other person like place those blocks and stuff. But if you go and drive the map, then it doesn't update the blocks, unfortunately, at the testing mode. It will only update the new blocks that the other mappers place after you exit the test mode. It would be really interesting if it worked simultaneously. Lars falling down. I'm not sure if it would even be possible ever. That would be very interesting. Now that could be true twist. Not many eyes cup of the days. Or so far only this year. Not even once a month. A lot more bobsleigh than ice. Have you made a cup of the day track? Yes. Like 2.5 years ago. Haven't really built cup of the day maps since then. The new map I haven't put into the map preview server, so we don't really know. We'll see, I guess. But my mapping style is not really like track of the day friendly usually. I built either... Oof, that is a tough one for Hazard. Rare thing to happen. I wonder, probably taking the wet wheels here. Yeah, my building style usually like, you know, endurance or something a little bit too difficult for cup of the day. Let's see then. Next try. Line looks good. I think it's gonna land. I didn't build any floors into this one. Didn't send in anything. Maybe next time if there is one. That works. Hazard closer to floor 8 now. Has been to floor 10 a couple times today, but hasn't yet made it through. Did you finish the endurance map? Not the new one. There's another one called Threat of Ariadne, which has been released like a few years ago now. I think that's 2.5 years ago. There is it's not exactly Threat of Ariadne 2, it's a little bit of a different project, but it's very similar in many ways. It's kinda like that. Oh, wait, Ome, were they released already? The new plastics? The customs? I've seen pictures. I've been really excited for those. One jump now, or 8. Hazard. Maybe we have a run here. Lars still trying to get one together. Teki we can kind of ignore on the left side there because Teki is one of the mappers. Will not be participating in the competition anyway. Hey, thank you, Brinko. Glad you're enjoying. We will see. I think as long as the players keep playing, the map is not too hard. If the players give up, then maybe the map was too hard. But at the moment we're doing fine. Yeah, Alcon's sub 20 was crazy, and Murray's run... it's wild. What makes Murray's run on that map even better is that it's done in a different ice patch. It is much more difficult to do that time, currently, than what it was for Elcon. Like, Elcon's run is still incredible, but the new ice patch makes things more difficult. End of the month for the plastic blocks? Okay. Public servers, not much to talk about there. Probably the best player that hasn't been on this server is Worrell, who has gotten to like 700 meters, floor 6, I believe. Lars has not gotten a personal best today, no. Has gotten to floor 10, but hasn't gotten the ice pin. Through the turtle works out this time. Hazard did somehow fail that before. We didn't really see it, but we know that Hazard did fail it in some way, or maybe fell down to it from somewhere above. I'm not really sure, but either way, going through. And lands it. I don't really think there's like a motivation issue that we're dealing with. I feel like at the moment players are still making like personal progress and feeling pretty good about it. We go again. Let's see. Is the line correct? No, just the turtle. Hazard has been very good at this stuff throughout the event. But of course it's still very difficult. Gets the first. And the second works. Here we go then. Around we go. Then towards floor 9 yet again. It's been a few times we've been there today. And we keep going back. Now for the lineup. Get into speed. The turbo landing looks very good. A little bit of lag here. Lars left the server, maybe that's why. How many hours it takes to build Cup of the Day level map? It depends on the map. Some could be like as little as 20 hours, maybe even 15 hours. Some could be 100 hours. Clean lines from Hazard. 66 hours actually not like a bad number for this, funnily enough. Five hours as well, sure, but it's rare. I know that Kendo tried to build a map in one day for Cup of the Day, but I don't think it worked out. Anyway. Now the tricky one. We've seen pretty much everyone have trouble with this at some point. Needs to get a very clean line, very good speed. Hazard lands it. And gets the landing here as well. And makes it to this tricky part. Hazard probably still going for the high jump. Hey Rooster. Yeah. Still lining up the high jump. Well, if it works, it works. Going in. And it works indeed. No, it could be Hendo, like, who really knows? Seems more consistent than the low line. Well, I don't know, because I've seen Hazard fail it a bunch of times today as well. But, I mean, I feel like the players will pick whatever they feel is the best. Well, this one, not quite far enough, but does drop onto the platform, so this is possible to recover. Landing on the turbo. Jumping in. I don't know how long it's gonna take. Probably at least 200 hours though. That seems reasonable. Timo is already above 100 hours and I think a lot of players are getting there too, so... Great landing yet again from Hazard. Like, we don't know what's ahead, so... I can't really know. Well, back we go. Jumping up, line looks a lot better, and it will end. So potentially back to floor 10 now. Hazard just needs to clear these ramps here. Landing in. And getting here as well. So now another attempt. Maybe on the ice spin. We shall see now. Would be nice to see another player on floor 11. Zooping through and landing it. Thank you, SMB, for the gift set. To the ice slide. Gets it. And around the ice. I think Hazard's third try on this floor today. Has the strats figured out, but just needs to execute them. See if the slide up works. Works fine, no problem. We keep going. Let's check then. To the pool landing, line is very good, and Hazard will get another attempt on the spin now. Has been a little bit early, sometimes a little bit late with the spin, sometimes losing the grip a little bit, or was that Lars? I'm not 100% sure. Difficult section. Especially if you're kind of new to ice, but Hazard has said that he knows what to do, knows how to do the technique, starts the spin, goes for it. Is it enough speed? Barely making it through, and now can relax a little bit close, but it is through. Hazard now has a chance for a personal best. I believe that Hazard hasn't made it to the dirts. So that I think is the next PB. I could be wrong, but it's somewhere around this area. No twist, he did get the second gear. It happened very late, I think. Let's see then. We'll go up the hill, gliding through here, hopefully getting enough speed, probably redoing this line. Just needs to be careful here in the downhill. Works out fine. Just the line for this slide starts it. Oh, it's a little bit on the edge, but it does land. Now can try to do the steep plastic here. This wet icy wheel plastic, so behaves very similarly to ice. Now going in, keeping it up and landing. This should, if it's not a personal best, then it's gonna be. Hazard's best was hitting the side of the dirt block, so this is a PB. Landing on the dirt. Personal best. And now needs to clear this jump over here. The plastic landing. It's a very tricky one. You need to land sideways, make sure the line is correct, and hope that you don't go too far. Here we go. Lining up, lands it. So Hazard will get to try the half pipes here. Very, very difficult. But we've seen 3 players do these. Virtual, Elcon, and Bren have cleared the half pipes. Hazard could be number 4. Needs to go first. Up there. Just straight forward. Then turn around. Stay on the ice block. And then jump to the plastic that we have behind. So jumping with this onto the plastic, turn around again, and then go downhill. And then floor 11 awaits over there. Very, very difficult part. You don't have a lot of room for error. You need to stay on these thin half pipes, but the lines are well known. You can start by going a little bit on the right side, then go a little bit left, and then turn to the right. Elcon is doing that kind of a line to make sure that the turnaround doesn't make the car go too far off the side. What makes it even more difficult is that you do land onto the plastic with icy wheels, which make you slide even more. Let's see them. Lining up on the right side. Getting ready for that small left side angle, and here we go. Going a bit to the left, turning around to the right. Stays almost on the pipe, but not quite. Is it going to land in the beginning of floor 10? No. It's a good attempt from Hazard. It's a good try, but it will ultimately end on floor 6, almost on floor 7. So, not the worst possible result, and I feel like you might need one mistake on this half-pipe section to understand what it is to actually do it. We've seen the players who have made it through that once become very consistent. So it does seem like a couple attempts on it, kind of understanding how it behaves, what the line is, helps a lot. The ice spin, very close though. That could be a little inconsistent going forward. There's a lot still undiscovered. Who knows what's ahead of us? Gonna be interesting. No unintended shortcuts, I don't think. There's like one small intentional, one on floor 8, and I suppose in the very beginning on floor 0 you can kind of do some jumps to save a little bit of time in the very first part. Well, back we go then. Floor 6 again. The floor 8 shortcut is after this bobsleigh landing, you have this quarter pipe, and the players are taking the quarter pipe here and then going through these tunnels, climbing up here, going through this tunnel, and getting here. But it is possible to just take more speed and jump up the quarter pipe all the way to this platform. But like, it's just not worth it right now, even though it would save like maybe 20 seconds even, because the stuff you need to do in these tunnels is really not difficult. You just kind of drive through them. So this is more like a Walter Guard strategy. Intentional way to skip a little bit, but you know. Yeah, you cut like the easiest part of the floor. So I don't think it's really even meant for this challenge. I think it's more meant for the eventual Walter Guard hunt. Here we go. Wonder how long was spent looking for shortcuts, like by the mappers. They probably were very careful. There's a lot of people in the mapping team who are like shortcut masters, like Techie for example. So I would imagine they were very, you know, thorough. Gonna take a lot of mental strength to hunt Walter Guard. Yeah, but consider that when the challenge is finished, you will have essentially like all the practice floors. You will have all the checkpoint versions and everything else to practice. So once this event is over, there's gonna be so many ways to practice the map more efficiently. So you can practice everything like just very individually, even that very shortcut, right? But a mapper, someone who creates maps. I did not study physics. Not sure where that comes from. I also studied Trackmania physics though. Same as Vito. There. The flip. Yeah, Hazard getting another run going. Still playing. Putting in some good hours. It is a little bit of a quiet server. $17 mappers total, I think. There was a separate scenery builder for the first floor. So it's actually that Sparkling who organized the project. the main organizer anyway, built the final jump and also built the first floor, but the scenery for the first floor is done by spec. So that's what adds the number 17. Or is it even 18 then? Because floor 16 is built by Jumper. Maybe it's 18? They definitely tested the map before releasing the individual floors at the very least. Thank you, Nutty, for the 2 months. Thank you for the casting grind. My pleasure, dude. My pleasure. Oh, 19, because Entry Leg was also doing some cinematics. Floor 3 is by Max Chess. Here we go, very consistent through this floor. How's the work merged and collaborated? Yeah, so in the map editor in the game, you can essentially select like a group of blocks, and you can take those blocks, save them, and then you can add them to another map. So then you can save all of the separate floors separately, and then just put them together and then finish the map. Okay, there we go then. I guess it depends on how you define mapper exactly, but you know. Basically 20. 20 involved in the project, yeah, that makes sense. Big project. Any level 11 runs today? Yes. 6 from Elcon. No problem getting floor 8s done. Very, very consistent today. Here we go then. Another floor 9. But we're mostly looking forward to floor 10, I guess. We are getting a lot of consistency today. Landing. Works. Not really sure if I would have a non-tower idea to build something like this. There's probably some that I could figure out, but I would need to think about it more. Probably some other like interesting survival concepts. Line looks good. Oh, Hazard actually not happy with that one. Wants to make sure that the car is exactly going straight. There it is. Good landing. Hello, AK. Grand Reflex. What happened today? Well, Elcon very consistent to floor 11, but did not manage to do a new wildcard there. Finding some new ideas, new strats for the earlier parts of floor 11, some recovery ways and such, but no progress in terms of wildcard. Hazard just made a new personal best on floor 10, went all the way into the half pipes, but didn't manage to get through those. We've had some other pretty nice runs as well. Lars getting to floor 10 multiple times today. Virtual has also been to floor 11, making really good progress in the last 2 sessions. See how the high jump here works. Jumping a bit late, landing. This is probably a redo. But you can recover here very quickly. Hope you guys this entire event. I know some people will of course give up at some point, but it's been nice with a caster. I will... we will try to document as much as we can. I don't really think like any of the top guys will be giving up, really. I feel like the ones that have been like discovering the new parts and everything, unless they have, you know, some reason to give up, I don't think they will. Like, you know, like if they have something like they can't play Trackmania for a while or something. I don't think they want to give up though. The players, of course, like, might be getting exhausted, but, like, you can take days off at some point as well. The progress slowing down. It's gonna be a long grind. Landing. Works. Don't really have any predictions for winning. Me, Bren looks very consistent still. Hazard makes it floor 10 now. No problem. No world record improvements today. But I mean, it's easy to look at like 2 days and say like, oh, it's all over, the map will never be finished, we're done for. Trackmania is going to die tomorrow. But like, let's think of the earlier floors, right? Like, I know that supposedly the tower gets harder, but we had like, you know, Elcon discovered 2/3 of floor 8 on one run. Just did all of that. Did all of that on one run. Completely alone. Undiscovered sections. Everything worked. We've also had similar things like Hazard getting really good work done on the floor 7 and such. And especially like floor 9 was like really good. And then depending on your skill set, some floors will be easier for you, like Elcon picked up floor 10 really quickly. Who would you say has discovered the most of the map first? Oh, hard to say. I don't remember exactly everything on the earlier floors from memory. I think Bren, Hazard, and Elcon have been the main guys though. But I think Elcon a little bit less. It's probably Bren or Hazard. Elcon mostly on these later floors. And then we go. Water landing works. Small crash, no problem. Probably retrying the line here. Oh, goes a bit too much on the ice, but turns around early enough. Needs to be careful. Very steep section. Ice is slippery. Then going up, the slide works. And jumping up. Then the pool landing and we're back again. Back to the spin. Let's see now. Hazard getting really good attempts today onto floor 10 though. Doing really nicely. Now, the speed. Okay. Oh no. I was wondering if this strat would work. I guess it's gonna be the snake here. Avoiding the gear and then getting the gear shift just before the jump. Getting the massive slowdown there just before the jump. Oh, barely. Barely staying on track. And then we just hope. Opium. Opium copium. But I do wonder what, like, the plan is there. Like, are you hoping to never get gear 2? Oh, no, it's not gonna work this time. What is this plastic bunch? Well, floor 6, okay. Oh, well, it's not the worst, not the worst. Like, I feel like pretty much everyone else is just taking a bit more speed and just getting the gear 2 before starting the first ice slide. Bounce will not work this way, but recovery a little bit down again. Can do it. Can I classic? Yeah, I mean that's the thing, like getting the gear 2 is the plan for everyone else, but what is the plan for Hazard? Because that felt like specifically avoiding it. I'm trying to think if there's... No, I can't really... Probably not really, like, possible to do. It's probably just not the strat. Probably needs a little bit more speed. Yeah, Hazard unfortunately didn't quite have enough speed before the ice spin. Welcome back, Ribs. Yeah, I don't know why the snake failed. It could be wet wheels or something. Hazard has made it today as well, the ice spin, but... Oh, lag. Well, works now. Didn't quite work. Didn't quite work this time. Still good runs into floor 10 though. Thank you, John, for the prime. Appreciate it. Good night, Red, as well. Feel like watching some floor 1 players for the early struggles. We don't really have any struggling players. Like, you know, all of these guys have a 500 meter plus PB. It's the quiet hours on the server, but Hazard still grinding. Small clip. Fortunately savable. I feel like this this jump combination here can usually, like 90% of the time, you can retry it if you don't get the line, but sometimes there's some weird stuff that happens, like Elcon getting like the inverted steering before. On a case like this, it's very odd to get that. There we go then. Back to the ducks. A little bit of a shaky jump there, but it works out. Yeah, I feel like a lot of this this stuff about like the map being too hard and map being like, you know, unfinishable and the players being demotivated and close to giving up. I feel like a lot of that is just some like weird projection. I feel like a lot of these players are really enjoying the journey so far. They're kind of having fun, you know, kind of joking around on the map as well. Oh, it's gonna flip back up. Oh, floor 6. I think this might go to the pool. It's like so close, but oh, I don't know if it's gonna roll over. First move backward somehow. That's probably a restart. Well. Hazard has been doing some good runs, for sure. Not sure if we'll go for another one. Started watching only a few days ago. Did anyone consider jumping off a snake before reaching the end of it to avoid floor 0 fall? The thing is that your wheels aren't touching the snake when you go on it, so you're kind of just sliding on the plastic without any way to control it. So you can't really like choose when to jump off generally. I mean, I don't know exactly how this specific place works, but you know, when the wheels are not touching, you have very little control. Definitely not too hard, just punishing if you're not consistent. Yeah, and even if you are consistent, it's just so long that eventually you will fall, right? Kind of the point. Oh yeah, Deep Dip 2, the true beginner experience. Great first map to start with in Trackmania. Dexter has joined as well. Dexter, very accomplished player on the competitive scene. Maybe not really Dexter's main style this one, but still a 500 meter PB. Oh, Dexter going for this one shot jump. God damn, that was impressive. Avoiding the turtle. People are underestimating Trackmania players a lot, but I think one of the things is that a lot of people kind of watch this as like a TV show, you know, like, you know, every day there's a new episode and the story progresses, and when there's no progression, it gets boring, and that's fine, you know, it's okay. If that's your feeling, that's completely understandable. But the thing about it is that this is what it is to grind something like this. When you watch like a world record speedrun on YouTube, this is the experience that you're missing out on. You're missing out on the context of what it actually takes, how much of a mental push it is to reach these kinds of achievements. So that's what this is gonna be sometimes. It's gonna be some disappointments, it's gonna be some very, very great saves. It's gonna be players popping off some days and, you know, not really getting anything done on other days. That's what it's gonna be. Great horn. Great horn for a deep dip. So, you know, this is, if you've never watched a grind like this, then welcome. This is what it is. Have enjoying the journey for sure. The messy jump, still difficult. Still difficult. Have a good night, Sidbabs. No problem. Oh, I would like some hot choco, was it? We'll see if Hazard goes for a new run, otherwise we might be done for the day as well. Elcon has gone to sleep. Lars, I think, has ended the session. Could be a little bit of a, you know, slower day for the dip today. I mean, it hasn't been a slower day in terms of, like, the runs we've gotten to, like, floor 10 and 11. Hazard stopped streaming, okay. Maybe that could be our cue as well. But I mean, sick runs from Elcon, honestly. Sick runs from Hazard as well. Trying to get some really good PBs going. So, you know, a lot of consistency has been improving on floor 10 and floor 11 now for Elcon too. Could we take a peek at normal server? Sure we can. So yeah, today, not really a new world record. Some players like Scrappy were able to get a new personal best. Hazard also a little bit further again into the final parts of floor 10. Elcon and Bren still tied. A couple sections ahead of Virtual on floor 11. About 2/3 done on floor 11. Okay, who's playing? 34 people on this server. Is that true? Maybe they're all spectating. Standard access works if you still have it from last year. Yeah, so this is the general experience, guys. In case you haven't played Trackmania before and you wonder how the normal players, casual players are doing, this is the experience. Look at the left side. So anyone getting to even floor 4 is like a pretty big achievement in terms of like the entire Trackmania scene. The fact that anyone has gotten to floor 11 is kind of incredible. You need such a high skill level for that. But yeah, people trying to do these first few parts, not so simple. Not so simple. But it's great that people are giving this a go. They're trying testing out the game maybe for the first time even. Trying to make some progress, but yeah, there's currently one person on floor 1 right now. Really tricky. But it's really cool to see. Really cool to see that people are playing. Hello, Nas. So yeah, top 3 right now. Bren and Elcon tied. I can show exactly where. We can go up from the floor gang all the way, still higher, all the way here. So this is the tricky plastic half pipe. This one has been cleared twice now by Elcon and Bren. Both were able also to do this section here, jumping over here, but this is the last place we've been. This landing from this half loop into this landing, that's gonna be the next one. So Bryn and Elcon trying to do that. Virtual is still trying to get this plastic to work. So you land upside down on the plastic and you fly the pool. Very tricky section. And those are our only players on floor 11 right now. Everyone else is still trying to figure out the last few parts of this floor. Scrappy, Hazard, Lars, all trying to get the end of floor 10. And Simo has been taking a day off today, but is here on the pipe sections just before the ice bin. So that's basically it. We're not going to look too much into floor 12. We know the entry point to floor 12. So you go from here, and that seems to be the beginning. This is the beginning of floor 12. So some ramps. We'll see what it's going to be when players get there. It's a journey. It's a journey. In case you haven't seen the full scale of the map, because my webcam is kind of blocking it. The finish line, right over here. We are currently on floor 11, close to floor 12, but there's still 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16, and then the jump into the finish, and that's gonna be here. That's the crown. So we, right now, trying to reach the crown, and we are all the way down here. You can see the plastic half pipe from here. That is that. No, there's really no one on these servers that has made it very high. The first player that's not playing on the server that we've been watching is Warl at top 21, which is still a very good achievement, 758 meters. But yeah, no, pretty much everyone else, top 20, the entire top 20 is playing on the server that we've been watching. What a map, truly. Prize pool, $30,000 and a little bit more. 50% to the first place, 30% to the second place, and 20% for third. People will keep it going. The finish in the trailer? No, I'm pretty sure that's the jump into the crown. It's likely the thing. Did Shmaniel play on server? I think he plays offline because of FPS. Yeah, Shmaniel has been playing a little bit on the server, but yeah, mostly on the in solo. There was like some connection issues with spectating Shmaniel as well, so didn't really, you know, get a good look at those runs. But you know, that's how this game is sometimes. We're gonna discover 12 and 13 when the players get there. We'll keep it kind of a surprise to us as well. So yeah, I've played this game for like 5,000 hours now. I consider myself a pretty good player. I don't think that I would get much further than like floor 4 or maybe floor 5 beginning if I was playing for the same amount of time as these players. I think floor 5 would probably be where I would stay with like the, you know, 100 hours that these guys have put in. So just for context, everything looks so easy in Trackmania, but when things go right, it's easy to think like, oh, that's so easy. But then you don't see all the different ways, the billions of ways that you can fail things. Because these guys are not failing in billions of ways, they're very close to always nailing everything. So, you know, it's hard to get the full idea of what's actually happening on the map.
We might actually need them.
Okay, let me go on Trackmania, Twitch. Let me see what's happening here. Let's maybe go to Dexter. I don't know how long Dexter will be playing, but trying to get some runs going, it seems. But Dexter's only been live for like an hour. That could work. Trying to get some PBs in. That's a pretty decent PB. Let me throw you guys to Dexter. I actually built a map for Dexter's NASCAR campaign recently. It was a very cool project. Yeah, Dexter, very good player. Great guy. Sam, thank you much for the 56 months Prime. God damn it, that is a long time. Much appreciate you. But yeah, appreciate all of you tuning in today. Been a good session. We will continue tomorrow as we usually do. We'll keep going, following these players, and see how the whole thing